is only 30 meters. So that means that with a system firing at a consistent target coordinates with the same firing solution, with the same amount of powder, everything being equal every single time, the rounds are off by hundreds of meters when Coriolis only corrects for tens of meters. So that basically makes this argument that artillery needs to account for Coriolis moot and useless. It's pointless to argue for any proof that the Earth is anything. You might as well say, firing artillery, you need to account for ferries. How many ferries are in the air? Because that could affect your round variability by, 7 yards. Or so let's just use meters. 7 meters left or right. But your round variability is hundreds of meters. And then somebody comes along and be like, why are we accounting for ferries when it doesn't even matter, dude? You'd be like, yeah, that's stupid. Let's stop doing it.
Just put a 0.
Right, but then another guy comes in and says, hold on, friends. People need to believe in fairies because fairies are very important. And if we change this, people will lose their faith in fairies. And then they can't use artillery as an argument for fairies anymore. And then they'll all shake their heads and be like, yeah, I guess we just got to keep doing it. Dang it.
Do you know what a Freemason is?
Oy vey.
Yes, but they're very hard to find. I usually have to pay for my brickwork.
Very good.
Wait, where's the Jew? Mr. Overlord.
What's up?
Did you know that like basically all astronauts are Freemasons?
I think that's generally true, but I'm not sure if everyone that's allegedly been to quote unquote space is a Freemason, but definitely the ones that have been beyond a certain range, if I remember correctly, were associated with Freemasons.
Have you heard about the Freemason flag on the moon?
You mean allegedly on the moon?
Yes, allegedly.
What's it look like?
Are you on mobile or PC?
It depends.
I'm gonna post the image in chat.
That?
That's the moon flag.
Weird. Why would it say Southern jurisdiction though?
I guess they were the big ballers back then. I honestly don't know.
The South will rise again.
Are you from Texas?
No.
Maine.
Close. I am a New Englander.
Maine is like close to Washington D.C., right? That there
Heck no,
somewhere.
dude. Maine. Maine is
With
the
California.
northernmost eastern. No, dude. If you think of America, Maine is the top right corner, the highest right corner.
Ooh.
Washington D.C. is like 8 hours from Maine, probably around there or more. I mean, even more than 8 hours, because I'm in Massachusetts and D.C. is about that 8 hours, I think. Let me check again.
It'll say 6 hours on your GPS, but it's at least 8 usually. Oh no, you're in
West
Boston, right?
Virginia. No, Michigan. Michigan.
What about Michigan, dude? You're just guessing random states for some reason?
You're from Michigan, right?
No.
Hmm.
So
I
7
told you I'm
hours
from
from Boston. Go ahead, bro.
I
Well,
told you I'm from
Boston
New
is New
England.
York, right?
Listen, I told you I'm from New England, so you have to only pick states that are in the territory called New England.
What the fuck even is New England, man?
It's not England, it's New England.
That doesn't sound American.
It's New England.
Or didn't you ever hear of the original 13 colonies before all the other expansion?
I just know 1776 or 78. What? The Act of Independence.
Bro, have you heard of the New England Patriots? Come on, bro. Stop playing games.
Do they got a militia?
They're actually a
Football.
militia that pretends to be a football team so no one knows anything.
Ah, it's kinda, yeah.
That's a good one. They're just waiting for the right time
That they're playing soccer
to
with
kick
M16s, you know?
the ball.
But what are satellites?
Satellite dish. I used to have one next to my house, and it used to be. Well, it wasn't mine. It was like
I'm not talking about the
family,
dish.
and
I'm talking
the
about the
dish,
other
and
end.
we used to get like American English TV from that thing.
Yes.
Yeah, it worked pretty well.
Good for you.
Are you talking about one of those big, like 6'8" ones?
Especially Starlink. Like, if shit's supposed to be flat, then how the fuck does Starlink work?
What? Wait a minute, dude. What are you talking about?
So
Think about
because
what you just
Starlink
said.
works, that makes the Earth a ball.
Yep.
Yeah, but let's parse it out. Hold on, dude. Before you even answer that. Okay, think about it.
Think about
Things
it.
up, things high above the surface of the Earth. Okay, so not on the surface, but in the sky. Right? So they're in the sky. Does something being above something change the shape of the thing it's above? No.
Yeah, you got to measure the surface that you're on to declare its shape. So since you said that, does that mean when you look out in the sky and see stars, that mean there's spheres too in the sky?
Oh my!
Because you see circles that make some spheres?
You took him from a few miles up to 20 trillion miles away.
Yeah, even if they are 20 trillion miles away.
Well, in his mind, you know.
In his mind, they're fucking light years away, bro.
Just keep him closer to the ground, because, you know, if he hasn't figured the ground yet, imagine trying to figure the heavens above. That's a tough one.
push your buttons. It's gonna lead up to it though. So
I
the
wish
idea
Joe
of
was here.
things being high up there is that they go far enough away from the Earth to where they're no longer affected by quote unquote Earth's gravity or whatever.
You mean
So
like
that
in
they just
orbit? So they go
they're just able
fast
to
enough
stay.
to stay up there.
Just at the point. Okay, I get to parse my own hypotheticals, not you. So if something goes high enough that it enters a zone to where, for whatever reason, that its motion or non-motion or position allows it to be free from the normal thing of falling back to the earth, right? Then that's all it needs to accomplish, right? Just needs to be in a place where it's not going to flow back to the earth, right? Yes, no, maybe so.
Yeah, sure.
No, say yes, sir. Yes, sir. Like that. Sir, yes, sir.
Go eat
Yeah,
a
so
dick, faggot.
oh,
No,
dude,
not you,
we got a
Overlord. That
ban
other
now.
guy.
I know, but that that word is a naughty word here around here. So now we got to ban you. Sorry. Or wait a minute, we got to ban. We're just moving for 40 minutes. I forgot.
Give him the low. Give him the low one, cause
Yeah, that was your first offense. So now that you're warned, don't say the F word around here, bro.
yeah, you can't misgender people.
What? That's a different, entirely different issue.
Shit's
All right,
whatever,
sorry.
man.
I know, bro. It's just the words. We'll see you in 40 minutes. All right, who was that guy? So I can...
Yeah, he's muted. Yeah, you can't use that word,
Yeah,
bro. You can't just call people that. It's just TOS stuff, you know. You just gotta follow the rules. This is not our house. We're guests. You gotta take the shoes off and can't put the boots on the table.
the point I was trying to make, which you can't answer now, is that all you need is something high above you that's not currently falling to the ground and smashing into a million pieces, right? You can accomplish that in many ways. Balloons can accomplish that. Maybe an object enters into a different energetic state that getting far enough away from the Earth causes them to enter, and then they don't have the same rate of falling to the Earth. All kinds of possibilities, but primarily the thing is that if I have a table and my table's flat and I have a light bulb that's 7 feet above my table, whatever the light bulb's doing doesn't change the shape of my table.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, he jumped out. Good reply, AI. He jumped out after you said I'ma say this, even though you can't answer. He heard you and he jumped out. We
Hey
have
guys,
Cool Man. Go
I
ahead.
don't mean.
Go ahead, Luluka. My
Sorry.
bad.
Yeah, no worries. I don't mean to interrupt, but once you guys are done with your conversation, Coleman does have some questions about vacuum of space. Maybe you guys can explain that to him. He doesn't understand why we can't have that next to a pressurized system.
Well, I understand the argument that you can't have a vacuum, but
Oh, okay. Maybe.
the science claim is that space isn't a total vacuum; it's a near vacuum. So I'm just wondering if there's a response to that.
Yeah, I'll let AI and Gemzy, you guys could go
Thanks.
ahead and
Thank you.
explain.
Let me try to get some references for you.
Oh, please, that would be great.
Hopefully, I can find it. Let's see.
Yeah, because I don't really believe the whole science thing. You know.
Hey, science doesn't believe in you because science doesn't do any of that stuff.
Yeah, I don't really. Yeah. Yeah, I don't really get down with that science stuff.
Yeah, I can tell.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Why? How can you tell?
We can tell.
I'm not trolling or being sarcastic either. So.
You're just giggling in the background, but that's totally fine.
No, I'm not. I'm not. I'm not being a liar. I'm sorry if you interpret it that way. I'm asking.
No, but nobody's saying you're a liar. Don't worry. I'm just gonna get the definitions of gas pressure
Thanks.
for you. Have you ever heard the definition of gas pressure?
So is it the measured by the force that it exerts on the container around it?
On the walls of the container.
Yeah.
Of
Yeah.
each
Yeah.
container.
Yeah. I'm familiar with this line of reasoning.
All
And so you
right.
can't demonstrate gravity acting on a gas, right?
So what is it exactly you don't understand about?
So I don't, because this is under the premonition that space is a total vacuum. But but the white lab coats tell us that actually space is it's a near vacuum. It's not actually a total vacuum. So if it's not a total vacuum, then
So regardless of like, okay, do you know the numbers for
no,
the?
I don't know any
Okay.
numbers.
So regardless of
Your voice
So
cut out.
so what is your question or argument? She cut out, but do you
I'm
have
not.
like do you
I'm
have
not.
like a
I'm not
reply
presenting.
against the laws of thermodynamics or
I'm
something?
not
Or?
presenting arguments here. These are honestly responses that I've gotten to these things that I've said, right? About space equals vacuum, can't have it in an open system with a pressurized atmosphere, which makes logical sense in my mind. But the response from the lab coats, like I said, is that, well, actually space isn't a total vacuum, it's a near vacuum, so that doesn't hold up. That's what I've been told. So
What doesn't hold up? The gas
that
pressure?
the argument that the atmosphere would be sucked out by a total vacuum if it was in an open system, because it's not total, it's near. It's almost a vacuum.
It's a near perfect vacuum. That's what they claim, right? And the volume of that of space is almost. I mean, it's infinite, basically. Well, there's no infinity, but
Hmm.
if the pressurized system was the one that we're in, right? When you expand your lungs,
The
for the
atmosphere.
pressure, the air around you.
Okay. Yes.
So that rushes toward the volume of your lungs when you expand it, when you use your muscles, right, to expand your lungs, and the volume opens, expands, and the pressure around you goes into the your lungs, right?
Hmm.
If there was no pressure, that wouldn't happen. So the pressure that we have around us, the antecedent to that is containment, because the pressure of the gas is the force that the gases exert on the walls of its container, right? And there's a volume required for that. A volume is the size of the container.
Okay, I'm following.
What's the container?
The
so
antecedent to gas pressure, the antecedent to have the thing that we have in reality, the gas pressure.
can you guys hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry, my signal dropped, but I just wanted to can you not cough on the mic, bro?
sorry.
Uh, I just wanted to say that regardless of what the pressure is in space, you have a higher pressure on Earth, so then that's gonna flow out from the high pressure
By osmosis.
to the low pressure. Okay, so it doesn't matter whether it's complete vacuum or near complete vacuum, you're gonna see that that flow of pressure. So that's
Okay.
why you can't say, oh, it's just near complete. It's not, it's not totally vacuum, so therefore it doesn't work.
The
Okay,
high
that
pressure
makes sense.
will flow towards the low pressure.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So what about the fact that do you guys have any comments about the fact that like how if you go further up in the sky it gets less dense, like it's like lower pressure?
That is a pressure gradient, but that comes after the pressure because you need containment, gas pressure, then you get a pressure gradient.
Okay.
The pressure gradient is a pressure. It's part of the pressurize of the gas pressure.
I'm
How
not
do you get
so
the
like
gas pressure in the first place? You
oh okay, I
containment.
understand. So why is the gradient up vertically?
Well, why do we have a difference of pressure? There might be many reasons. There is gas cycles. A lot of the gases are being produced where on the ground, right? The gas cycles. You have heat. The sun. The sun is causing the system to heat in a certain area, so it excites the molecules. They expand, and then you have the night cycle, right? So it's a dynamic that is happening
Oh, so
between
the wait,
those
oh,
things.
so the pressure goes up and down in day and night.
I mean,
Is that what you're saying?
it the pressure. I mean, we have weather patterns, right? The pressure changes with the
Yes.
patterns.
Oh, yeah, I didn't think about the weather. So, oh, okay, interesting. So it's not actually a vertical gradient because the weather it's also horizontal because of the weather patterns, like the cold
At
fronts and the warm
at
fronts.
sea level, we have what 14 psi, close to that, 14 point something, most all around the world. But then you have the low pressure system that reaches a certain areas, and then you get storms because of that. Um, I mean, what is the question? You're saying that why do we have a pressure gradient?
Well, I
Because
mean,
we
you
have a
kind of answered
pressurized
my.
system.
I mean, yeah, you kind of answered all my questions. Thanks. What about like gravity? What about like what about gravity though?
Like gravity, we're talking about
Like the
specific
theory?
gravity, which is Boyle's law, or we're talking
Oh, I
about
don't
what
know.
type of
I'm not
gravity?
really educated on the types of gravity. Could you tell me about them?
Mm, well, when you ask about gravity,
I'm only familiar with Newton's
it's
law of gravity, the G.
like liturgy, the phenomena that we observe,
Yeah, like the
we
G
I.
in the math that Newton came up with. That's really all I know.
So what is that? Is that the phenomena that everybody
I don't
observes?
know. I don't know. I'm asking you to tell me.
Okay.
I don't really know.
No, I'm not interested on that.
Oh, okay.
Because the phenomena that you and I can observe, like I pick up a pen, right, and I
Yeah.
release it, and it goes to the floor. That's that's what happens, right? That's a phenomena that everybody sees.
Yeah, that's because the pen is more dense than the air around it. Right.
Okay, so that everybody sees that, right? Nobody's
Yeah.
denying that. But some people are gonna claim that they know the cause of that effect, then that's when you're gonna need a demonstration of that cause. And some people say, hey, the demonstration is that I wrote it down in a piece of paper, and it's math
The
attracting
math.
math or whatever these ideas that they put on paper. But I mean, where is the demonstration for that? That they know the cause of the effect. I mean, we we see the effect, and nobody's denying that. But when you say the gravity is some type of story that they give you to say that gravity causes things to be round, to be turned into spheres, therefore we live in a ball, and that's why when we look up we see
Mhm.
spheres, and it's like part of the story. When you watch
Mhm.
anime, and the anime has
Yeah.
like a lore, and they
Oh,
give
I
you
know.
words and language, and so that this gravity is part of that lore of the ball impossible story that you don't find in reality. But so they're gonna have a bunch of words and a bunch of stories that will work with the story and explain things in the story. But when you go to the realist level, to reality, not in the books, not in the writings, when you go to the realist level, Can you demonstrate the claims
Yeah.
that they wrote in the paper? Can you demonstrate that in reality? And the
And so
question
you
is that
say
there is
you
no
did not.
curvature, there is no this mass
Oh,
tracking mass like they describe it, and there is no gas pressure without the containment. So the claims that is foundational for their story. A lot of that stuff falls flat. No pun intended.
okay. So I see you got. Thank you for that. And you guys also you posted a bunch of stuff in the chat I just saw. So thank you. That stuff about that makes a lot of you answered a lot of my questions there. The other question I have is about have you heard about the 3-body system? So like Jupiter, like the if you include like the orbits, calculating the orbits like Jupiter and the Sun and the Earth, it like proves that like we're revolving around the Sun. Have you heard that?
I've heard about the three body problem. I mean, I wouldn't be able to three body system. There is a three body problem. Someone which one are you talking about? Three body system?
3-body problem. I could be misremembering. You're probably
Yeah,
right.
the
The
three
three
body
body problem.
problem.
Yeah. Do you know anything about that? Or any?
I wouldn't be able to give you any specifics
Oh, okay.
about, but when they tell you that in, let's say in that story, you said that Jupiter and Venus have certain sizes and certain
Yeah.
distances to the Earth.
Yeah. Yeah.
All of that uh, derives from the claim that they tell you that the ground that you're standing on has a certain geometry. It's a ball, right? They told you
Okay.
it's a ball and they attribute a radius to it. A radius is like from the center of the ball to the top of the from the middle of the ball, from the center to the surface, right? That's the radius.
Oh wow. And
So
that's how
they
they
say,
measure the size of the planets?
and that's how they say the Earth has this radius, 3,959 miles, from the center. So therefore, and then they say Venus is similar, is almost the same size as the Earth. Therefore, we can tell that Venus is this far at this distance. Therefore, the Sun is a certain distance. Therefore, all of this stuff that they derive
Mhm.
from the radius. But
From the
when
ball.
you think about it, where did they get the radius from? Where did they get the 3,115 miles in reality? When you go and check that and you do long distance observation and you find out that the radius is not real, it's nowhere to be
So
found.
where
Doesn't
do
have
they say they
curvature.
get it from?
From observing the horizon. Let me see. What Albaruni? I think it was a claim. What was the Albaruni? The radius. You know, when you hear, oh, see boats going over the horizon, that means the Earth is curving, right?
Hmm.
I think it was
Yeah.
Albaroni that got the
I've
radius.
seen that, how it disappears over a tabletop. I've seen that. I know. Because I can look out over the ocean. I live next to a great ocean, one of the 7 great oceans. And I can look with binoculars, and I've seen that effect with boats, where you zoom
And
up.
you can also see very far, right? How
Yeah,
long have you seen? You can see probably
I've
like
seen.
15, 20 miles.
I couldn't tell you, but I can take a pair of binoculars, and it's an ocean. You know, you can see all the way. You know, it's a big ocean. You know,
Yeah,
to
but
next mountain.
so you're next to the shore,
Yeah,
and then you can look towards the water, and you're gonna see
with
boats that
binoculars.
are yeah, you can see boats that are
That I could
pretty
see boats that
far.
I couldn't see. Yeah, and
Yeah,
like
yeah,
on
yeah.
and it has like a zoom. I couldn't tell you the distance on the binoculars, but I've done it myself. Where if you zoom the binoculars, you can not see the boat and then zoom in and see it.
Yeah, and then you can look left and right at the shore, and you're gonna see
Yeah.
15 miles to the left, or even further, and you're
Oh, I
gonna
don't
see
know about that.
15. Just do this because I've done it myself in many places. You
Okay.
can be at the shore, and they tell you, "Hey, since the radius of the Earth is three almost 4,000 miles, right? You can
Yeah.
see about if you're 6 foot, you can see about 3 or 4 miles, and after that, there's gonna be the curvature, right? The drop over
Okay.
distance going,
Okay.
and then the boat is gonna be going down the curve, and you can't see it
It's
anymore.
on the ball. Yeah, it's below you.
Yeah, but then you look at the same time, you look left, and you can see through the shore 15 miles that way, and then you look right and you see 15 miles the other way. Are we in a tube Earth? You know, because
Hmm.
they said you can only see 3 miles this towards the water, but you can see even further, way further, in left and right. So that doesn't make sense in the ball. It's nonsense when you think about it. The claim.
Hmm.
It's nonsensical. But also, you can see balls that are like 20 miles away. I mean, if
Yeah.
if if you get like a good observation device, and some days you can see super far actually when it's pretty
Yeah.
clear. And you can download an app called I think it's boat navigation or something like that. There's a
Yeah. You
name
can
for it,
look for boats.
and you can look for boats, and sometimes you can see a boat that is like 15 miles away, and you can be at the shore right there, and you can see it that far, and that's supposed to be behind the curvature.
Yeah. So I think the response from the white lab coats to that is that the light waves get curved with the gravity from around the ball, and so they're transmitted into your eyes, and the light waves are curving around the ball and transmitting into your eyes.
The gravity is causing that. Imagine this gravity is like a magic thing, huh? I mean, there is certain phenomena that you're gonna see, optical phenomena in the water because heat, and there's a
Yeah.
lot of humidity in the air,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
some days you can't even see 10 feet in front of you, right? If there's like too much fog, you can't see 10 feet in front of you, right? Other days you're gonna see really really far away. So whatever, let's say, looming or reflections that you see on the water, those are effects that are happening in the medium between you, the observer, and the object you're observing. But this phenomena doesn't say, "Oh, you live in a ball because optical phenomena."
Huh. True. Good point. So, okay. Thank you for that. I would ask what your response is to, because I know what you said. I'm thinking about the stuff you said about the mathematics of gravity and how, yeah, you can say all this stuff on paper, but can you observe it? And the answer is no. So, what would you respond to the people who tell you that you're denying mathematics?
Well, math is a tool or a language that you can use to describe things. So if we observe a phenomena and you can say, "Hey, this pen is falling how many feet per second," and you describe it on paper, and you can measure it, demonstrate it, and you say, "Yeah, we measure that the pen is falling this far, this fast," and you write it down, and people agree, yeah, we checked it, it checks out. Okay, you describe it in math. Perfect. But then you can do math saying Superman can fly to the sun that is 93 million miles away, and he can do it in a second and be back in another second. So it takes Superman 2 seconds to travel 200 million miles, right? That math, is bogus. It's fantasy. It's
Hmm.
cartoon. So
Yeah.
people can do math about fantasy that doesn't add up
Yeah.
to
True.
reality, and then
Yeah.
you can use math to describe reality, and that's totally fine.
In your fantasy. So, what would you say about measuring the speed of light? Can it be measured?
I wouldn't be able to make a claim about that. I would say it might have a speed, but remember, I think that they say that they measure it based on bouncing protons or something from the moon or a signal. So they say the moon is uh 400,000 miles away, and since we bounce a signal, and it took this long to travel double the distance because it's going back and forward, so light is this fast based on that or something like that, right? So the whatever math they're making about that, you will have to check it yourself and come to your own conclusion.
Hmm.
Um, I
Yeah.
wouldn't be able to give you like a. I mean, your question is the speed of light. Is that true? Is that
Yeah,
actually
like, can it
factual?
be measured? Like, it, like,
I think we can observe the light and how do you say, describe what it does, and there might be a speed to it. I mean, I'm not 100% sure, but
mhm.
whatever conclusions they came out based on the ball idea, bouncing things from the moon
Yeah.
at these distances. They probably did. Let's say we bounce something from the moon and we do that, right? I wouldn't
Yeah.
say we can do that. I would say, yes, sure, we could probably do that. But the distances that they claim, that is what is going to mess with your numbers. You see what I'm trying
Okay.
to say?
Yeah, I wouldn't think that light has speed. I would think it's instantaneous, but I don't, what do I
Oh,
know?
wow. I was thinking about that, but I didn't say it. I guess it was reading my mind.
Oh, yeah, I would think that, but I don't. I don't really. What do I know? But thank you for answering all my questions, and I'm gonna look at those resources you sent me.
Let me
Uh,
send you a link for our home server over there. There's additional information channel. There's dozens of different topics that you probably gonna haven't even think about. So you're gonna be able to
okay,
go
thanks.
channel
Yeah,
by
please.
channel,
Yeah,
and you're
please.
gonna look through that yourself, and then you come to your own conclusions, and then you might be able to formulate more questions, and that might be
Okay,
interesting.
thanks. Yeah, yeah.
Let
Thank you,
me
man. I
get a
appreciate
link.
it. Are you gonna put that in the text chat?
Yeah, I'll send it to you in DMs
Oh,
real quick.
okay. All right.
So you can have it in your DMs. Just yep, there it is. I'll give you if I see you in the server. If you join now, I'll give you perms.
Oh, I'm in. I'm in there already.
Oh, you're in there, so you got perms over
Yeah.
there already. Okay,
Yeah.
perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, just check the additional information channels, and you
Okay.
might be
All
able
right.
to see some
Thanks.
topic that you're interested. All right,
All right. Thanks. Thanks, man. All right. Have a nice day now.
you as
Goodbye.
well. Have a good one. Take care. Bye.
I don't know if it's me, but I didn't get a genuine vibe from that guy.
Well, it looks like he's been looking in the topic for some time, so he already formulated some questions, and I guess he sounded alright to me. I mean, he sounded kind of tired, actually tired. That's what I was getting.
Maybe that could be it, but it's just he sounded a bit trolly with the giggling and the like you can hear him smiling when he's talking and it's just it felt like he was I don't know, it's just something is up with him. Maybe it is that. Maybe I'm just being too paranoid.
He did giggle in the beginning a little bit, but then he didn't do it anymore. Maybe, and that's fine. People can do that. I just pointed out, but
Yeah.
yeah, he was polite and didn't interrupt, and we were able to just exchange a few questions and replies. So yeah, it sounded like a
Yeah, at least yeah, he
decent
was
short
enacting.
conversation.
Yeah, yeah, true.
We didn't go too
Hopefully
deep
I'm
in
wrong.
anything.
That's cool, man. He's a big troll in this server.
Oh, hello, Yakubinite.
How you
Yeah,
doing?
Jacob and I, you definitely will know about trolls.
Yeah.
Being one.
Oh yeah, I'm a huge troll in this server. They used to have a role for me called the shitpost shogun.
Wow. Why you do that? Like you enjoy doing it?
I don't know, dude. Some people just are natural comedians.
Yeah. I mean, you can retire out of the troll stuff, right? You can do it for some time, then take like a month of vacation, not do it, and then
Why would I do
go
that?
back at it. Why not?
Well, you have to be funny to be a comedian, Yakubinite.
I don't think you know much about comedy, but
Well, whatever you've been posting as a troll hasn't been funny, so I don't know. Maybe give us a go. Show us what you
You gotta
got in
go.
the chat. Yeah, like post, I don't know, tell us a joke, post a meme, I don't know. Go
See, that's
for
not
it.
how comedy works. Comedy is a natural flow, right? But that's where like
Ah,
I get
okay.
that's where like your misunderstanding of comedy really shows itself.
A
Because if
natural
you're
Oh,
just like,
okay.
oh, hey,
flow.
tell
So
me a joke, you're already setting yourself up for failure.
me wanting to laugh or be entertained, I guess, is not part of the
Yeah,
comedic
like
art.
have you ever laughed at a joke when you said like, oh, hey, tell me a joke, right? No, because you're already
Yes, I
setting yourself
have.
up for your defenses.
No,
Comedy
that's not
is
true. I
a
have laughed plenty of
natural.
times.
That's the
See,
first
that's
time
not
I've
how I
heard that
troll.
comedy
I'm
is a
situational
natural
troll.
flow.
Yeah, comedy is a natural flow. That's why comedians tell stories.
Like natural stories.
What is a natural story? What's a
What
natural
is a natural?
observation?
Okay, see, I didn't find any of that. Just how about you just kind of hint that you're gonna be funny for the when you're about to be funny?
Oh, I'm not trying
'Cause
to
I
be
haven't
funny.
found anything. I know, I'm just trying to find it naturally in you. I don't know.
I mean, laughing might be natural, right? Because you have the ability to laugh, right? But forming a joke, is that a natural thing when you put the words together and make it funny or
Yeah,
produce a comedy? Is that a natural thing?
yeah.
What is the natural observable phenomena
Of being funny?
of a joke?
Of a joke? Being able to make
Yeah.
people laugh, dude. Just knowing exactly what to say
So
when the
people
time comes
laughing
around.
is a natural observable phenomenon,
Yeah,
but the joke itself is a joke, a natural phenomena.
yeah. Joke is
See,
a natural
Jemsy,
phenomenon.
Jemsy, I think I get it. Jemsy, you're a natural comedian because you just randomly make people laugh. So I think that's what I kind of get now what you're saying, Akubinite. I
But I'm
just don't
serious.
exactly. So I haven't seen that in you, Yakubinite. Maybe it's just like you said, it's the type of humor. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'll look out for it though. I'll keep an eye
don't
out.
worry. It's a natural flow. It's all about timing as well.
Hmm. Okay. I'll keep waiting, I guess,
Comedy
if
is
it's
like
about timing.
90% timing.
Okay. I'll keep waiting.
I think he learned this recently, and he's just telling us something like we already know that.
Well, I don't think you do. That's why you're asking, oh, tell me a joke.
Hey, tell
Yeah,
me a
because you
joke
said
doesn't
you're
mean tell me how comedy works. It's not the same thing, bro.
you said you were a comedian. I asked for a demonstration of that, and
No, I said I was a
Hey,
troll.
it's a test. You say you're
but
a comedian, and you
you
say you're
said you were a
funny.
Yeah,
comedian.
We're gonna
yeah, and I
put you
am
to the
funny.
test. Come on, tell us something funny, bro.
Tell us a joke now, or you're banned.
You know what's been funny? That you said that you're a comedian. That's really funny.
Yeah, it's really funny, dude.
Because you're not funny.
I am incredibly funny. See, my little gag that I always go to is about Daquan fucking my wife.
Like your
People
husband?
laugh at that all the time.
What?
No, my wife's boyfriend.
Okay. Is this like a pathetic life story, like
There's
laugh
nothing
at my
pathetic
sad
about it.
life type of jokes?
There's nothing pathetic about it.
Also, this is like adults. It's a joke that is not for children, right?
No.
Let me take you off the volume right here, the speaker.
What?
I gotta take you off the speaker so the children don't hear your joke.
Well, it's not a joke. I just tell like my natural life stories, and then people laugh at it.
Okay, so then yeah, okay, I get it. So it is funny, like in a pathetic way, like
Yeah,
dang, that's sad funny. Okay.
yeah,
So your
Well,
life is
right.
funny.
yeah. I'm able to turn
Uh,
like tragedy into comedy. That's the ultimate form of a comedian.
I think you're bluffing.
No, I
I
can show you a picture of me and Daquan.
no, bro.
He's bluffing. He's been playing this Usopp character for a long time. I think
You're
he.
really stuck on the Usopp thing, dude.
Because you act like Usopp. What do you want me to do? If you change your bluffing and your stuff, I mean, maybe
Who's bluffing?
you.
When do I bluff?
You say you're funny.
I am funny, dude. Ask anybody on this
That's a
server.
bluff. You just want
I
us to
just had to
believe you.
unmute you.
Do what?
I
Go
just had
ahead,
to unmute you
Olsky.
because I wasn't sure who they were talking to.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
So he's so funny that you had to mute him
Yeah,
because you were like,
exactly.
yeah. Because he had you muted because you're so funny, the Cubanite. So
Yeah.
he didn't
Well,
know
some
who
of the
we were
people, they
talking
don't
to.
really like my trolls. They don't really like my they really don't like my comedy bits. Because sometimes I tell jokes and then like really weak-willed men like they get upset.
or
Usually
it's
Well,
the
just that
comedy
it's
people
not
laugh, they don't
funny.
cringe.
Yeah,
he
there's
he
difference
cringed.
between cringe and funny.
Well, Jacob and I've heard you many times in here, and I will say for a troll rate, you are like at 3 out of 10.
Yeah,
A 3.
that
No, I'm like
fits.
100 out of 10, dude.
Nah.
That's the flat Earth map right there, dude. Math.
Maybe you're not funny when you come here because you're focused like on, you know, flat
Oh yeah,
Earth and you
no.
want to be serious. Maybe that's what it is. I think that's
Yeah,
what
that's
it
that's
is.
what I do on here, dude.
Okay,
Like,
got it.
You're
So
being
or I just
serious.
other
or I just ask
channels,
questions, be like, "Oh, you really think this is how it works? Oh, really?"
yeah,
Kind of like what
yeah,
Cool Man was doing,
yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's
But
like, "Oh,
so
really? This is what you think? This is
when
how
you're
it
in other
works?"
channels, you're funny.
Yeah. Like whenever I go into the
Okay,
politics channels, dude, it's funny as hell.
you're hilarious. Okay,
Yeah.
But not in this
yeah, yeah.
channel.
No,
No.
You
not
save
in this
you
channel.
you come here, learn the jokes, and then go to other channels.
I mean, the
Yeah,
jokes just kind of write themselves in this room.
yeah,
Oh, you
especially when
write
you're
in the
on
jokes
No, I
here.
said the
That's
jokes write
exactly what I
themselves.
said. You come
Kind of like
here,
when like
write it.
Cool Man was
Right.
in here, just asking you about what you think of the world. Like that's why he was giggling.
So
yeah, but
we
like
from the
it's
beginning
not
we
like
said, yeah, you're giggling,
yeah,
bro. So yeah,
it's not like we
we
don't
you think it's
know
the first time? You think it was the first time? I mean,
I mean, you
we're
thought he
not
was
surprised.
genuine.
what.
I thought he was genuine. I described the way he behaved after he was giggling, right?
Yeah.
And he behaved certain way, and I described that to Luluka. Not genuine, because I call him since the beginning. The first person that mentioned that he was giggling, it was me. It was I that told him that,
Mm-hmm.
and then he changed
Jamie, pull
his
that clip up
tone
where he says
after
he
I told
sounded
him that.
genuine.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Find that. Find that clip.
That's why I said Jamie, dude. I don't do my own work.
Jamie.
Yeah, Jamie, dude. You
So
know,
why
from
do you
Cool
lie
Man.
that I said that? Because I didn't say that.
Who's
Why do you
Jamie?
lie? Tell me.
Well, that's why you had
Jamie is
like
the
a little
guy that
back and
works
forth with the
with
chick here about the genuineness
J-
of how he sounded.
Jamie. Is the guy that works for Joe Rogan. When Joe
Yeah,
Rogan says, "Hey, find me something, Jamie."
yeah.
So you see, Jacob and I, he sits here other people and he's making the joke that other people make, and that's funny.
I don't know. I'm gonna keep an eye out. I'm gonna try to catch this great Ikubanite comedy one day.
Hey,
Maybe if
Luluka,
I'm lucky enough.
did I say the guy was genuine? Did I use those words?
No, you said that you
He
told
was
him
all right. He
that
was
he
all
was
right.
laughing. Yeah, yeah, of
Yeah.
course. And you
And then
said he was
yeah,
polite and
yeah.
he held a cordial conversation.
A
Uh,
short one, right? A short,
yeah.
cool conversation. No pun intended, because he was cool guy or whatever.
Yeah, but
And yeah, that's how it went.
Yeah.
yeah, but in real talk though, I've been like looking into like this little personal dome shit, and I still don't get it.
Personal
You know, the
dome.
personal dome thing
Yeah.
is not a flat Earth concept, right? They teach it in astronomy.
No,
Oh, yeah, yeah, they do. You should look into it.
I did, and that's not what they describe it as.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's not a flat Earth concept, though.
Is
Yeah,
this what
the
you mean
the
when you
way
say
that it is
personal
trying to
dome?
apply. No, I mean like this. Let me give me a second. I think I still have it pulled up. Oh, where'd I get that one from? Where's my snipping tool?
Let's get one of these. I want to talk privately
This crap.
like this.
Whatever
I
this.
have a twin brother. Sometimes we're gonna speak privately.
Whatever this crap is here.
The model. I married the model. If you use this model for any purpose, you have to provide a link to this page and show the important note. Bro, is this English?
Yeah.
I don't get it. Can you explain it to me?
What?
The what you're trying to explain here?
Oh, it's just like that personal dome crap to explain like why we see the stars where they are with the relationship that we see them on the ground.
So are you making this argument? That's what you see? You see a personal dome around you?
Do what?
Is that what
No,
you
I
see
would
around
never
you?
make the dumbass argument that it's a personal dome. But like, I
You
also
just
agree
brought
that
it
no
up.
coherent. Well, hold on. I am not the one that makes the claims that it exists. I merely hear it as like an answer as to why we see the stars doing what they do.
The stars do what they do, so what? Let them do what they want to do, man.
Well, when I agree, the stars do what they do, and it just so happens that they do what they do that
Yeah.
matches up perfectly on a curved surface.
Ooh,
That's
you
a
almost
bluff.
said on a full flat Earth, huh?
Do
Okay.
what?
Well, anyway, again,
That's a
as
bluff.
always, your stars, or not your stars, the stars don't prove the ground curves, man.
Absolutely, it
They
does.
just do what they do.
And what do they
Are
do?
you hoping that people believe that bluff, Jacobinite? That's what you hope for
Do
when you
they believe
say
that
that?
bluff? No, this is just like a mathematical proof that you can do on a piece of paper and demonstrate.
You do it on a piece of paper, therefore it's true.
Well, have you ever heard of
Mhm.
mathematical proofs?
You
On a
write it down on a piece
triangle.
of paper,
Mm-hmm.
and you look at the sky.
Do you
You
know
see
what a
the
math
stars.
proof is?
So you look at the sky. You see the luminaries doing something. Then you look down, grab the piece of paper, grab the pen, and write something about it. And that's true. What you wrote.
No, it's just being able to explain how something works using well understood mathematical facts that match up with everything else in reality.
So what did you wrote on the piece of paper that says that the stars are doing something that prove that the cartoon that you believe you live in is true?
Sure, we could take a look at the relationship between distance and angles viewing of a star. We have the fact that with something like a bubble sextant, it works at all levels of altitude without the need for dip correction, right? Which is a concept in itself that already is enough to disprove the flat Earth.
That
We
you
have, like I said, we have like the linear relationship between stars and distance, which
aren't you
is
drawing
really
a
bizarre.
triangle for that?
A triangle? No. You draw like no triangles whenever you do celestial navigation.
So, but you establishing a horizontal line.
Do what?
You're establishing a horizontal.
Yeah, you're establishing a tangent.
Okay.
Oh
To the
gosh, dude, not
horizon.
this again.
To the horizon?
Are you establishing the horizontal line to the horizon?
Horizontal line to the horizon? No, you're forming a tangent to where you're standing.
No, you're not.
Yeah, you are.
No, you're not.
That's why a bubble sextant works.
No,
Yeah.
listen, Yakub, give me one
Mhm.
moment, okay? Just because
Okay.
you're a regular. So let's try to give the new people that came through. If you're new, please speak up if you want to talk. We got Real, Phantom. If you guys want to talk, go ahead, open your mic and ask questions. Phantom or Real, please, for the love of everything that is holy, can you speak?
No, I'm just listening in.
Oh, hey, what's up, Phantom? You don't have any questions? Because we've heard Yakub on his talk for a lot, so.
Like 5 minutes?
No, you've been in this about this topic how many times in this server, bro?
Well, I never get an answer. I just get like
Oh, come
bullshit.
on. All right, all
Yeah.
right, all right. So, Phantom. Sorry, Phantom. What do you think about the shape of the Earth?
By observation, I think we live on a plane. You know,
Okay, cool.
so still trying to
Uh,
learn scientific methods and still seeking truth. That's why I like coming here. I can hear both sides and get motivated.
okay, nice. How long have you been looking into the topic?
Not too long. I mean, I'd say a few years, but I'm kind of lot of other things going on, a lot of other truths.
Mm-hmm. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So do you have any questions at all whatsoever?
Not at the moment, no.
Okay.
I like to hear you disprove that guy. I mean, I know you don't want to, but I don't even know
No,
if I'm
it's
quite sure I've heard his argument before.
yeah, it's not that I don't want to. It's just it's already been done a few times, but it's just he's
Okay.
stuck on it. He's
Well, it
gonna
hasn't
die
been
on
done at
that
all.
hill. So, what can I say? That's why I was hoping you or Real could had any questions other than uh what he was talking about. But yeah, I mean, welcome. You can open up your mic anytime you have questions, and or if you want to chime in the conversation, you're more than welcome. Okay.
Phantom, how are you doing? How you doing, Phantom? Everything all right?
Yeah, man, just chilling. Got an
Cool.
extra day, got an extra hour in the day, so I cannot complain. Feel like the king of the world, relaxing.
Awesome. You deserve some rest. Every day. Say you got an extra
Yep.
hour. That's good. In that place that you're resting, the structure was constructed right on a foundation, and a horizontal was established, right?
Yeah.
So when you have this horizontal frame of reference, and they put the structure block by block, they have to keep that horizontal, so the structure is horizontally placed. So when you hang your TV on the wall and then you put the level is horizontal, a horizontal line, so that TV is not sideways, and when you watch TV, everything looks horizontally in place, right?
Right.
Yeah, and your neighbor did the same thing, right? The same thing they did in that building. Even if your neighbor is, let's say, in 100, let's say you're in a hill and your neighbor is 100 feet. That structure is 100 feet uh, below yours or even higher. They still got established horizontal, right? So that
Very
horizontal
true.
keeps going to the shore line, to the sea, and we establish a sea level from there, right? And we can also we can see the horizontal line even on the sea. Bro, really? Why are you trolling, bro? Get wow, bro.
I'm
He was here
following you
talking
though.
learn. Yeah, so you reach the shore, your house, your neighbor, his neighbor, horizontal line. You keep going. You reach the town near the shore. All of those buildings establish horizontal, and then you reach the shore. Reach the sea level. You get on a boat and you go 3,000 miles from Spain or from the United States to Europe. And the first building on the shore also establishes a horizontal. So between that building in Spain or Europe, any nation in Spain, that horizontal never it didn't. There's no curvature between those that 3,000-mile horizontal, bro. That's I'm probably didn't say the best way possible, but hopefully you see the horizontal line has a zero slope, right? Zero slope horizontal. Have you ever heard that?
Yes.
Horizontal lines have a zero slope. So that horizontal line that was established from the U.S. shore towards the other shore 3,000 miles away, it has zero slope.
So what's happened in the picture that I just posted? Where we have a horizontal and the buildings are below the horizontal.
You asking me what's happening?
Yeah.
You're presenting that, bro. You say what's happening.
Well, no, you just said that like whenever you're out on the water and you're looking at buildings, there's your horizontal,
Is
but
is
we're
this
looking at
another
buildings
of
and that
your
don't look horizontal to me.
the buildings are not horizontal?
Not to you.
Well, okay. All right. So I guess your TV is not horizontal. Thanks for that, bro.
Clearly the buildings are a bit lower than the what would be for horizontal.
Lower,
One
yeah,
light.
yeah, lower. Sure, yeah, they
Yeah.
can be lower. They can be higher altitude, lower altitude. That
So is that
doesn't
horizontal or
take
no?
the horizontal away.
What does horizontal mean?
The horizontal line.
Yeah. What angle is horizontal? Oh, Subdude said it. Zero slope. So if something's below you, is that horizontal?
If something is below you, that if something is below you,
Yeah. Something's below you, is that
If a
horizontal?
horizontal
you
line is below you, is it horizontal? I'm pretty sure it would be, yeah.
No, if something is below you, can you form a horizontal line with it? Because that would mean it has a
That is
slope.
not what you said.
I'm pretty sure what I meant versus what. Okay, I'll rephrase, right? Something that's below you, such as this building, is that horizontal to me?
where's the guy that I was talking to? Phantom. Do you got that? Do you got the point, Phantom?
Yeah, somewhat.
Yeah, check the definition of a horizontal line. That's just one example. Jacobinite is well known here. He's a participant of the Globe religion, and he likes bluffing his way into conversations, do this stuff
No, I
all the
just wait for
time.
something to be said, and I present something like that goes along with what you said.
You're presenting two screenshots and saying what? Horizontal line, lower and higher, two horizontal lines.
Yeah, did we
That
see
uh,
we
where
see a water level?
where is the curvature here? Where is the curvature?
The curvature? Well, I don't know. You tell me. We see a horizontal formed by a bubble level, and a building that's supposed to be above that line is below that line. Now, why would it be
Yeah.
below it?
Why would it be below it?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what is your what is the contention here?
Well, we have a bubble
That
level. We agree
the
that water is
horizontal lines have
horizontal, right?
a slope of non-zero. That's what Jacobin is saying.
Sure. So when we take a look at a bubble level, you agree that water finds its level, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
he's gonna say the level it's curving away with the ball.
oh, he's muted. Uh I mean, it's why I don't understand his question. Why is the building below what? It's as
Do
the
you really
farther you go, the smaller it gets, so it's not going to be on like the same. I don't understand his point. Anyway, yeah, continue, Gemsy.
You done with that example? Yeah, perfect. I was just bringing up that horizontal that is coming from the horizon. You get the horizontal line. You can establish that zero slope. There's no curvature between you and your neighbor and his neighbor, the next neighbor, to the shore. Then across that shore, 3,000 miles away from the US to Europe, there's no curvature between those 2 points. So that will debunk the globe easily. Obviously, the globe is just a projection of a mathematical construct in paper. It's not where to be found in reality. You never experience it, never seen it, can be measured, can be demonstrated. You only seen it in cartoons.
So you said you use a level to put your TV up, and that's what makes it horizontal?
That makes it horizontal.
I don't know. What were you saying? I'm asking you what you were saying.
The building is raised, right? You need a horizontal to make the building straight, horizontal, and then you hang up the TV, and you have to establish the horizontal to put the TV on the wall and make sure it's horizontal. Pretty simple. You can extend that line, the horizontal line, across, and it's not gonna be curving in reality. The Globers saying that the horizontal lines prove the globe somehow. That's hilarious.
We do have Sarian in the house. Are you able to talk? Sarian?
Huh?
Hello.
What's this? I wasn't interested in this topic, but I guess it was the voice chat I haven't went in yet. So
Ah, welcome. Um, what are your thoughts on the shape of the Earth?
obviously flat. I mean, like people agreeing on common sense, right?
I see. Why do you think it's flat?
Flat is not a shape. What is that?
I mean, what do you mean it's round? Like that's confusing me right now. Like
It's flat and
Mm-hmm.
round. Are those shapes? Flat and round?
What's the shape?
the shape is well, pizza shape. You know.
So a
Forgot the
triangle.
word.
So you guys, Sammy as well, welcome. We're just curious as to your thoughts on the shape of the Earth. So if you have any thoughts, go ahead and share them.
I think the shape of the Earth, it's a sphere.
Okay, cool. Why do you think it's a sphere?
I don't know. It's what I've been taught, and it's just logical.
Okay, well, your first answer was very good. It's what we've all been taught. Second one, it's logical. That's debatable. What's so logical about it, if you don't mind?
So you know we have seasons. The
Mm-hmm.
reason we have seasons is the Earth's axis is tilted.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty
Okay.
sure 26 something degrees.
23 something supposedly. So you said it's logical. If there's a way to explain it, I guess on a plane, then would that also be logical to you?
If you can explain it. Wait, are you a flat earther, or do you think the Earth is what shape do you think the Earth is?
The surface measures flat. I don't know that the shape of it as its entirety. No, but I don't think anybody can know the actual shape of the Earth as a whole. But we do know that as far as what we can verify and measure, it's the surface, and that measures flat.
You saying there's no curvature to the Earth?
Right. Yeah. Do you know of anybody who has measured the curvature?
No.
Yeah, me neither. So cool. So that's the main. That's a big problem for the globe. If you don't have a curved surface, then what is it?
How would you explain seasons?
Well, the seasons are based on the circuit of the sun. It doesn't necessarily have to do with anything with the ground shape or the supposed tilt that nobody could really verify. It's, the sun goes from the Tropic of Cancer to the Tropic of Capricorn, and depending on where the sun's location is for that season, if it's, the summertime for the north, the sun will be circuiting around the northern hemisphere, whereas if it's the other way around, it would be circuiting at the southern hemisphere, or hemiplane, as we like to call it.
So would you make the claim that all of the photos of a sphere Earth, they're fake?
All the what? I'm sorry.
All the photos of a sphere Earth, you would say they're fake?
I mean, yeah, they are, because actually we don't we they themselves, NASA says that it's photoshopped and CGI for the most part. They just collect strands of data of the Earth, and they just put it together to make a whole sphere. I believe there's only been supposedly two actual photographs taken from. I might be wrong on this. Either two or three, supposedly from the moon missions. There's only been two or three. So anything after that has always been CGI or photoshopped. And so with the moon pictures, that's also, debatable. That's if you believe that they actually went to the moon. That's a whole other conversation, though.
So do you think the moon landing was real?
Of course not. I mean, you don't have to be a flat earther or anything to
Yeah.
know that that's actually fake. But you spoke about seasons earlier, and I just wanted to see if you knew that um, when it's winter in the northern hemisphere, did you know that according to the globe, the heliocentric model, that's actually when the Earth is closest to the sun?
That's actually in that nice little nidbit article I posted.
Oh yeah,
Actually, that's part of a thesis, not an article.
yeah, definitely. If you guys if you're in the chats, please pay attention to that as well, because there's a lot of information that you guys could check out about everything we're talking about.
So now this might come up a lot, but do you what about the other planets? Do you believe they are spheres?
I don't know what the other planets are. I've only seen the supposed pictures of planets, and
Yeah, but his premise starts wrong because he's saying the other planet. He's saying that he's already saying that the ground he's standing on is a planet already, and it must have the same shape as the other things in the sky. even though the ground is below your feet and the things in the sky are above your head. So there is no similarities of what the things in the sky are doing to what the thing below your feet is. You're kind of
Mm.
like making a construct inside of your head saying that when you look up, you see things that are equally to the thing under your feet. And that's a big fallacy.
I think you guys should start with where his feet are. You know, one of the first things he said, he believes that it's through logic and reason. He believes the shape of the earth to be a sphere. So I'd like to hear his logic and reason as to why he believes it to be a sphere. Let's start there.
Oh, do you believe in gravity? Because a lot of flat earthers I see, they don't believe in gravity.
Well, did you hear
What's
what
that?
Phantom asked though?
Wait, Phantom?
Yeah, he just asked you. You said it was you had the logical reasoning for thinking it's a sphere. So what would those be?
Well, on the sphere. In the center of
Right.
the sphere, there's a center of mass. We all get pulled towards that. That's why we stick to the ground.
So that sounds logical to you.
So you're saying if the Earth is flat, how would gravity work?
Wait, wait,
Why
hold
do
on.
we stick to the ground?
Okay, so before we move on, I do want to let you know. Maybe is this the first time you're looking into the topic of flat Earth?
Yeah.
Okay, so
So
I
he
do
just
want to
said that
make
other flat earthers, so he heard other arguments from other flat earthers. So tonight wouldn't be the first time because he just said other flat earthers say this and that.
true. So where are these other flat earthers you've spoken to?
Mainly on social media.
Okay, so
Or
this is
can you
not the
just
first time you're
answer the
talking to
question?
flat Earth.
Not directly. I've seen like videos trying to like convince people or not convince people, tell why they think the Earth is flat.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna just make like a little what is it called? Not an announcement, but just to let you know that a lot of people when they think of flat Earth, they think of a disk in space, like the third disk from the sun. So they just inject the disk planet of Earth into the heliocentric model, and that is completely not what we think it is. I'm gonna post something in the chat. Um, don't don't intertwine or combine the flat Earth with the heliocentric model, okay? Because then you're gonna be like, wait, gravity, and then where's why don't we fall off? All of that is out the window. You have to pretty much try to have a clean slate in your mind about the Earth when you're thinking about flat Earth, I guess. Okay.
I mean, think about the realist level. You don't even have to label it anything, flat Earth, globe Earth, whatever. Just when you look in reality and you
Right.
establish axioms of reality, how things actually work, you don't need to actually add the cartoons that you. I mean, because remember, he sounds young and uh, he was told all of these things. So from his mind frame, he's thinking that everything he's looking at is on the globe already.
Hmm.
And when he look at the sky and he sees the luminaries and the sky, he's looking at the cartoons that go with the globe cartoon.
Hmm. Right.
So he has to bring he's projecting into outside. He's looking at this from outside of the system. Like mentally, you're thinking about the solar system, right, bro? You're thinking about the Earth is one of the balls in the solar system, and you see the Earth as a ball
Bro,
around the sun. Uh,
Yeah.
what else? Yeah, you're thinking, you're projecting outside of the system. You're looking down to it, and you see the Earth as a ball.
the other planets, and everything revolving around the sun. And this is an idea away from your real experience, things that you've seen with your own eyes, the things that you can check and demonstrate. The projection that you have of the solar system that you're asking about is not what the ground that you're standing on is. That's that cartoon that you're thinking. That's not what it is.
No, but what's gravity?
Yeah, we're talking to Sammy, bro. I mean, if you want to check what gravity is, just go check the definition and bring and let us know which one are you trying to talk about, because there's
Gravity
multiple
is
gravities.
it's the force that attracts something toward the center of the earth.
Yeah, but that's the problem that you're having, because you're saying it's
Oh,
tracking
just
towards the
say
center
like
of the earth.
why aren't we floating? Like
Okay, so try not to interrupt when somebody's talking, but so that they can actually finish, the explanation and everything.
I
But
think
I'm
yeah,
so
go ahead.
confused
Jedi
why
wanted
we
to
were
say something about gravity. Maybe he wants to reply to them. Jedi, you wanted to say
why
something about what their question?
Not just yet, mate. Let's see what
Okay.
they put out on the table. But remember what forgot what's your name now, Lulu? My goodness me, Bubble. Remember what Bubble said just a minute ago, right? Try to get the heliocentric idea, the solar system, and all the spinning balls in space. Get that out. Get that idea out of your head. Gravity only applies to that model, right? Flat Earth,
okay, how
gravity
does
is
gravity
not a
apply
thing.
outside of that model?
Pardon me.
How does gravity apply outside of that model?
No, it only applies to the model where the Earth is a ball spinning in the vacuum
Yeah,
of
no, but
space.
gravity is still real, so
No.
how does it
No, it's not.
apply?
Reason
Yeah,
why I
no, I
say
mean the
the reason
reason why
why
we stand on Earth and fall is real, so what's that?
Okay,
things
hold
also
on.
go. Oh, go on.
Sorry, go ahead, Jedi.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
So Jedi just said you need gravity to stay on the ball. If you don't have a ball, you don't need gravity. The only reason they invented gravity is so that it makes sense for people. The people that are at the bottom of the ball are not just flying away into space. All right.
Oh,
If you can debunk the ball that there is actual curvature, you don't need gravity. And I mean gravity in the
right.
sense that the causation, like Sammy said, is a force. Whatever you apply gravity to be, the causation of why things fall, you definitely would need some really great explanation for it on a ball.
Yeah, I mean, so there's obviously up and down, like in the universe, that like obviously God created the universe, he made up, he made down, before even creating matter, he probably was like, here's up, here's down, and things fall into this direction, and so then he probably created like
Yeah.
yeah, and obviously
So
like our disk that is it's hovering because God made it hovering, and
no.
and
So
he
stop
created
LARPing,
people,
first of all, Syrian.
and
That's
the
it's
people simply
overplayed.
like
It's
fall.
overplayed, bro.
He's just going to keep talking for
So
you. No
yeah,
one
stop
said a dick.
LARPing. Yeah, it's annoying. I just took like a minute explaining that it's not a disk in space, and now you're gonna continue saying, "Oh, it's hovering," blah 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 blah. If you're gonna ask question,
Just
ask them
address
genuinely.
Sammy. Forget about Syrian. Syrian, just
Yeah,
mute
forget it.
yourself for now, bro. Just allow for the conversation to flow.
Wait, who's talking?
Because if you're LARPing, it's not gonna work.
Yeah, it's not right. So, but I'm saying whatever the version or the theory is that we're talking about in this voice chat. I'm not gonna go research that and then know everything about it and have my opinion when I can just ask literally the people who I'm researching for. I mean, that's the whole point for me. Like, I didn't come here
Yes,
to
you can
leave
ask
again. And
questions. You can ask questions. We don't have a problem with that, but you have to listen to the answers, and also you don't have to pretend like you're a flat earther or whatever it is that you're trying to do. That's just we just
Weird.
want you to be honest and just ask questions like a Glober.
No, I don't have a mental sickness. I know the Earth is flat, but you're saying it's not a disc, and I'm saying it is. So,
Why?
what shape do you think?
Okay, that is enough.
do this. Why would you say it's a disc?
Okay, sorry, I muted him. I'll unmute him.
Why would you say it's a disc?
Well, I think humans have always intuitively known that it's a disc, and I believe God
No,
has created us in His image, and yeah, He gave us the right intuition all along.
Why would you say it's a disc? What intuition have you got that suggests the Earth is a disc?
Well, to me, it's just pretty simple to recognize. But
Then if it's really simple, explain it.
yeah, so obviously, there's, I'd say, the center of the Earth. I mean, that's the
Which
North
is
Pole, and
okay.
the surrounding barrier, basically, you can call it a South Pole, and so for us to have a life, have a ecosystem, a world that makes sense, we're gonna be best off living on something that's flat and something that you can't just fall off of, and for us to really live without worrying about
Not really explaining much to
falling
me
off
here,
or
Sunshine.
getting lost.
You're just
This is a boring troll, dude.
Yeah. This just turned into word salad. I mean, if you're gonna try and be intelligent, nothing out of your mouth sounded intelligent. I asked you how you would confirm the Earth was a disc. You said intuition. You said it was really simple. You said about 3 words on it and went off talking about something else that had nothing to do with the question that I asked you.
Yeah, but I'm saying everything we believe, like it's kind of easier to work with if you think it's the shape that I think it is. Like,
Well,
we
flat
go out
earthers wouldn't.
hunting and
Maybe
we
you
go
don't
in straight
understand.
lines. Like,
Maybe you don't
it's
understand because
a
nobody's made.
two-dimensional.
Hold on, just gonna keep talking. That's fine. Maybe you don't understand. No flat earther would make a claim to the shape of the Earth. Do you know why? That's a question. Do you know why?
So I'm not included.
I'm asking you a question. Do you know why no flat earther would make a claim to the shape of the Earth?
No, I hear the
Because it's
question. Why do you not make that?
unverifiable. It's unverifiable, isn't it?
Because the Earth is flat.
When you say disc, that makes a claim to shape. But you haven't verified this to be true. You haven't gone as far south as you can go, been around the extremities of the Earth and gone, oh, look, it appears to be a circle.
So you believe like it's
What?
you believe it could be longer in one dimension than the other, or like I don't understand that.
Well, you've already put a circle to the Earth. You can have a middle of a table, and that table can be square, but the surface can still be flat. I wouldn't make a claim to the shape of the Earth for 2 reasons. 1, I don't know how big it is, and 2, I wouldn't know the shape.
I believe in a natural image that where there's no corner.
When you say believe, do you mean like believe in Santa Claus?
I don't believe in Santa Claus. I don't. I
saying
think
when you say when you
involved.
use the word believe, are you using it in the sense like believe in Santa Claus?
No, like believe in God. Well, I don't think anyone really believes in Santa Claus. I think they just trust what other people told them. So I don't trust anyone like if they just tell me anything, you know.
Well, if Fat Cat or Duck Adam have any questions, go ahead and ask them, please.
Why is the Earth flat?
Why is the Earth flat?
Yes.
You won't like the answer.
don't know. It was like this when I got here.
Anybody want to answer this? Go ahead.
Well, I mean, you're asking why is the Earth flat? I mean, maybe it was made like that. Maybe you want to reform your question. How do we know it's flat? That'd be a better one.
I mean, you should be able to provide some sort of mechanism, right? Like, for example, you guys use like density to explain why things go down, right? Apparently.
That's because
So
that's the
why
only
you
thing.
could
Sorry,
you could
that's because that's
mechanistically describe why your system is the way it is.
the
Is it
reason why we.
turtles all the way down, or
What do you mean by turtles? And turtles is an ancient symbol for water.
you
By the
don't
way.
understand? It's okay. Just forget that part.
No, I did understand. You said turtles, and that's an ancient symbol for water. So mechanism for what? Making things go up and down. Scientifically, that's the only thing that we can vary manipulate to make things go up and down.
So why is the Earth flat?
Why is it flat? Because it's measured like that. Sound like one deck all of a sudden. That's weird. But yeah, long distance observation and direct measurements show that the surface
That's
of
an
the Earth primarily.
observation.
Oh,
Mechanistically, what
it's
mechanistically
like
is
it's
driving
like you
that
ask a question,
phenomenon?
and then as I answer it, and if it takes longer than 15 seconds, your TikTok brain takes over, and you want to swipe up and ask another question or make any point. Do you want an answer
Yeah,
to
I'll
the
go ahead and mute so you can go ahead. Yeah.
Cool. So, observation, direct measurement, and practical use of the surface of the Earth with regards to engineering, navigation, communication. What else? Oh, yeah, and aviation. Use and measure the surface of the Earth to be level and stationary. Observation, measurement, and practical use. So that's why the Earth is flat.
Again, that's an observation, but you haven't defined like mechanistically what is occurring to make it that way. So, what you can try again.
What makes it flat? It was created like that. Really like one deck at the moment. Why? What makes the Earth a ball?
Oh, okay. So it was created. So ancient aliens made the Earth then?
No. If we're going to be talking about the ontological primitive, the dichotomy of creation, you've only got two choices. One, intelligence creates. Two, nature creates itself. You've only got two choices when you're asking how something was created. Now, scientifically,
Okay, so
go on.
if nature created it, then it must have a mechanism to do it. There
Yeah,
must
I
be
didn't say
a
nature
force
created it. Nature only makes
or a
balls in the vacuum of
phenomenon.
space from a big bang. Flat
Okay,
stationary Earth's
so
only just appeared.
intelligence did it. You're saying intelligence did it.
Yeah, call that intelligence, God, if you want. I don't mind.
Okay, and is there proof for this occurring?
Yeah, all around you where the evidence is, the creation itself, the coding within every single life form, biological, all of that type of stuff, that necessitates a creator. So you can't have a watch without a watchmaker, for example. You can't have a building without a builder, or a painting without a painter. You can't have a creation without a creator. The evidence is all around you, my friend.
This is where it unravels.
Well, you can only scientifically verify that to have things created, you need intelligence to create. You can't scientifically verify things spring into existence for no apparent reason. I know it's uncomfortable for some people when the word God's mentioned, mate, but I think that's more on you than it is me.
No, I'm fine with it. It's just you've ballooned out. So we've gone from flat Earth to now God has created, life.
You asked how. You asked.
There.
You asked.
it's just you've gone from something that should be pretty easy to just find some sort of like mechanistic solution for it, created a
Yeah,
more contrived and more complicated and much more difficult to defend set of premises. It's
you're
just
asking
interesting.
you're
I
asking
care
how the
about
flat Earth was created, mate.
it. Okay.
So I'm
Well,
telling
it's
you,
just like
right.
it's just funny because somehow like not or believing in globe Earth is like a cucked ideology to some of these flat earthers. And what's like more ridiculous than like some like clown like in a clown costume made a bunch of balloon animals and threw them in a flat plane for fun?
That's just
Like
weird.
it's just odd and there's no explanation.
I don't know. This guy's splurging out and talking
Well, he is
balloons.
pretty high, so that might explain it.
Fucking hell. The hell
Is
am
it
I
the
listening
Wiccan?
to?
Yeah.
Is this just about flat Earth, or can I ask about free will?
No.
No, you can
Don't-
ask
don't-
about flat Earth, and that's it.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
By the way, there is no free will, so that's that.
Are there people who believe it's round and it still remained in inside of this voice chat muted?
What?
I was asking if any of the muted people still think it's
How
round.
many muted people do you see in here?
A lot of them.
A lot?
Well,
How many
mate.
is a lot to you?
Whatever, 30, whatever, I don't know.
30. They're all locally muted.
What's that?
They muted themselves. They can unmute themselves.
Yeah. That's what I mean.
Yeah, but who cares about them? They're not talking. How about you?
Bubble help.
I don't want to be mean. What do you
Why
mean?
don't
don't
you
wanna
tell
be-
us? Why don't you tell us why it's a globetarian? Come on.
I don't want to be mean.
Yeah, I don't want to be mean. I don't want to be perceived as mean because
Oh,
I
brother.
guess I'm just never gonna return then, and that's not gonna
What?
What are
be
you talking
fun.
about?
Well, if you just mute
What are
me,
you?
then
Is there Earth a globe or not, dude?
Nobody has muted you so far.
Fucking
What are you
hell.
talking about?
I said I believed it was a disc.
You believe it was a disc. How do you know it's a disc?
All right.
How do you know it's a disc?
Well, I believe that naturally we don't need because the Earth is so huge.
How
we
do you
don't
believe
need,
it's a disc?
we don't need it to be a different shape than a disc because
I'm
however
asking the
many of
question. Just
hundreds of
answer it.
thousands of
How do you know
kilometer
it's a
deep it
disc?
is,
How do you know it's a
however,
disc? How do you know it's a disc?
I'm telling you it can't be anything from
I don't give a shit what you say it can't
any
be. I don't give a
can't
damn
be
what it can't
no,
be.
it can't
Stop
be
saying it can't be. Just tell me how you know it is a disc. I don't give a shit what it can't be. I want to know how it is a
bro.
disc. Don't give me a
I'll
bro.
give you-
Tell me how it's a disc.
I'll give you an example. If my computer is here, it's not anywhere else. So I'm saying
I don't give a shit about. That's not telling me what it is. It's you telling me what it's not. I don't care about what it's not. I want to
exactly.
know how.
I'm telling you what it is.
Exactly.
It's
Then tell
fucking
me how it
flat, and
is.
I'll tell you why it's
Then
not.
how is a
Why it
disc?
can't be
How is
not
it a
flat.
disc?
What the fuck are you
How is it a
talking about?
disc? How is it a disc? I'm not gonna let go. I'm
Can't-
just gonna keep going
can't-
until you.
it-
I'm
it
gonna
can't-
press you and
it
press you
can't
until you
not
tell
be-
me how it's a disc. How is it a disc?
If you've kept interrupting me, bro. Like
I'm gonna
I was
keep
gonna
asking.
explain it to
How
you.
is it a disc? Tell me.
Well, you're gonna keep asking, and I'm not gonna
Yeah.
tell you because you
Well,
keep
then you're not
interrupting.
gonna talk. How about that? You have a choice. Tell me how it's a disc or don't talk. Your
Well,
choice.
you just keep saying the same thing.
He's asking the
There you
same
go.
question because you're failing to give him an answer. Like you failed to give me an answer and just gave me like the word salad based on believing stuff.
He's like, it's not a disc, it's not a banana, it's not an elephant, it's not a rock. I don't give a shit what it's not. Tell me what the fuck it is. How do you know it's a disc? Fucking hell. This is a wacky Sunday.
I think he left. He said bye-bye.
Good riddance.
I don't think he said he knew it was a disc, but that he believed it was
Oh
a disc.
my god. Dude, he was saying it was a disc.
He said he believed
Doth my
that,
ears
you know.
deceive me? He did say it was a disc.
I didn't hear him say that it
Well,
was.
I
Uh,
did.
all right, Bushel, welcome. What are
Hi.
your thoughts about the shape of the Earth?
I don't know. I mean, it looks flat. I mean, I don't really know about the shape. I mean, flat's not a shape, you know. Like what I perceive is, you know, the reality of it. It's pretty flat. Uh, but I mean, I guess the ground is flat. I don't know about the whole Earth, right? Like I can't say anything about the whole Earth, how big it is, or anything, or any
So,
shape of it.
mhm. So why do you, or how do you know it's flat?
Mm, I guess celestial navigation is pretty interesting. The whole elevation angle thing. You need a flat baseline to navigate to get to use the sextant. I think that's a pretty like practical way of showing that like it has to be flat for people to
Okay.
navigate.
Well, you see, now you answer that question rationally and very simple. The other guy, on the other hand, was having a lot of trouble just simply saying why he thinks it's a disc.
Yeah, true. It was kind of like pulling
So,
teeth.
yeah, so that's why he probably just left. Because I don't know if you were here earlier, you probably weren't, but he was LARPing, just saying it's a disc and just trying to make fun and just troll. So that's why we sometimes just push them against the wall and put them in a corner, and because we know that they're just trolling.
Oh,
So
okay.
yeah, so
Yeah,
don't
I
feel
was
like we
not
are
here
being
for that.
mean or yeah.
Oh no, I know. I've been around.
All right. Well, welcome. Your volume is a little bit low. If you can bring it up, but yeah, welcome.
Thanks.
All right. Minky, go ahead. I was just wanted to make a point.
Yeah, no, it's fine. If anybody else wants to chime in, we have Fe Jedi is on the line. The Midnight Cowboy.
I'm ready to take your calls. Tell me where the globe Earth touched you.
Oh shit. Oh damn.
You don't want to know that, Jedi.
That's very true. I don't. I'll take that back. If
We
anybody
got
else
Fat
wants to,
Cat. We got
go
Fat
on.
Cat in the house. We got Duck in the house. Oh, he just left. Go on in. Keep your
He
secrets.
ducks out.
Probably
Pickles the
clackers
frog.
anyway.
We got Pickles the frog. We got Ron. We got. Is that Don? Change his name.
Yeah, that's Dawn.
Gold Shock just entered. We got 313 ISA, whatever that means, on his Xbox. A non 1794. What's up? Calling you guys out.
Let's see how long it'll take for Gold Shock to get muted. I'm
Oh,
counting.
what?
I'm giving him 5 minutes.
Fuck it. I'll do
Yeah,
it
I'll
now.
just do it right now. Fuck it.
Hey, that's not fair.
Just I'll mute him straight away. You don't have to wait.
Okay, I should rephrase that after he says something. How long
Okay.
he'll take.
Today was a long day, man. That extra hour we got.
That is true.
It's an extra hour of flat smacking, man.
I know.
It's been a weird Sunday though. I've lots of
There's
weird
strange people today, huh?
Yeah. Very strange.
Strange people. Epsilon was on some kind of weird trip. What the hell's wrong with that guy?
Yeah,
I'm
I
just
don't know.
trying to communicate. I'm just trying to communicate with you guys. Like, shut the fuck up, dude. I was listening to him. I was like, man, you guys are giving him way too much slack. But I was busy doing other things, so I didn't really come in. I think you got banned after all, huh?
Yeah, I think when he accused AI of lying, that was the final straw.
I was listening to it, I was like, dude, you just fucked up right now. Oh well. Say la vie.
Hello, everyone. I identify as an anti-flat earther.
Oh god,
Brilliant.
dude. No, you don't.
Who is that?
Truth seeker.
Seeker.
Truth
Oh,
sneaker. He's a sneaker.
He used to be Sasha 2.0, right?
Yeah,
Right?
that's him.
Truth Seeker? Sasha 2.0?
is that him?
Yeah.
No, that's my dead name. I've transitioned.
Oh boy.
Okay, that was fun.
I think he uses the name Truth Seeker, ironically.
Yeah. More
Wait,
like bias seeker.
is this like a real transition, or are you? Because I swear I know this name from 24/7, but that was a flat
Yes.
earther.
He was a
Well,
LARPing.
It was
yes, I'm an
LARPing.
ex-flat earther.
No, you're not. You're a LARPer.
Oh,
If that's how you identify, bro, what's your pronouns?
There's no X flat earther.
My pronouns
Oh
are
yeah, I
they,
remember
them.
you. You sound like Napoleon Dynamite. Yeah.
Is that an insult?
Napoleon's the other.
dude, Napoleon was awesome. What?
I sound like Napoleon Bonaparte.
Buenaparte. Where's the good part?
No hay ninguna.
Aye.
So why are you an ex-flat earther? Ex-flat earther.
He found the globe,
Well,
right?
a lot of flat earthers would actually bully me for being transgender.
Oh brother.
Wait, what?
Who gives a shit?
It's always gotta be about
We're not
something,
talking
man.
about.
What the fuck?
Yeah, we're not talking about your gender. We're talking about the shape of the earth. Why are you an ex?
Dude.
Uh,
Like nobody even said anything about gender. What the fuck, man?
or unless now
Well,
you're
it's because
identifying
I
as
don't
the
fit
earth.
in. It's because I never fit in with the other flat earthers.
That's not because of a
Nobody
gender, dude.
cares.
That's because of a fuckwit argument, probably.
Yeah.
What the fuck, dude?
We don't care about your gender. I'm asking about why your
Jeez.
ideology changed.
Well, basically, I went into a Globe Earth server and they taught me some of the Globe Earth arguments.
Mm-hmm.
And
Such as?
they accepted me also.
Oh,
Fuck,
you
dude.
found your safe space. Okay.
Can anyone talk to me one-on-one?
What?
Wait, what?
Oh God, he's back.
Anybody want to talk one-on-one though?
Sarah, yeah, I'll talk one-on-one. Right now, how do you know the Earth's a disc?
Yeah, let's talk one-on-one.
Yeah, let's go. How do you know the Earth is a disc? Fucking run away.
Wow.
I have good headphones, but that hurt my ears.
What the
Wait,
heck was
did
that?
he start like abusing his dog or something?
Sounded weird. Yeah, who knows?
Sounded more like
No,
a
He
gerbil.
turned into a chipmunk.
He
Yeah.
left.
He kicked a chipmunk.
Oh, hello, Bulbs. Go on, Bulbs. Keep going. Well
Yeah,
done.
It's
definitely
just the
hamster.
noise attacks again.
Yeah, somebody got
Losers.
him. Somebody got
Yeah.
Borgs.
Yep.
See ya, Borgs. You'll never win, by the way. We've endured much, much more than this. Tell your
Trying to
fuckwit friends
assimilate us.
they're gonna try a lot harder. We're gonna
Can
always win.
somebody
Borgs.
hold on?
Fuckwit Borgs. C'est la vie,
Uh,
Borgs.
Resistance is futile, Borgs.
Resistance is futile. Fucking Borg.
oh, thanks, Jamesy. My internet is super slow, so it takes me forever to scroll down.
You know we just pissed him off, right, Jedi?
Yeah.
We just fucking pissed him off, dude. Like I said, about like 10 more fuckwits in here.
No, like
Yeah, thanks a lot,
you guys
guys.
did something and they started abusing their pets or something.
Yeah.
Oh,
I thought he was blowing kisses and shit. I was like, what the fuck? He's blowing kisses.
So, are you guys still holding XRP?
Oh, shut up, dude.
Yes.
yeah, but yeah, that's not the topic of the server.
No.
I
Maybe.
gotta come back, log back out. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
No. I'm just kidding. Hey,
Okay. I'll be
Sa-
back a bit.
Okay. Sarian's back. Is you at the disc, Sarian? How do you know?
No. Like, I already joined a one-on-one server too quickly. I'm sorry. Can you
Yeah, I
just,
know.
go scroll down?
He wants a
What?
private chat, Mickey.
Nobody wants
Yes.
to DM
He
you
wants a private
in the
date.
fucking candlelight dinner for two. What the fuck, dude?
Shit is kinda
We're gonna
gay.
do this in
No.
an open forum.
Candlelights or not, anything you want.
No,
I
right
don't.
here. Let's go.
Hey,
How's the
Miggy's
Earth
married, dude.
Anytime, any place, one-on-one, I guess.
Right
Because
here.
you have
Right
a bunch,
here. No one's
bunch
gonna
of
jump
people who
in.
don't
Go.
want to. They don't want to listen to me.
No
Probably,
one's gonna
bro.
jump in.
I'm gonna be
Hurry
honest.
up, dude.
Okay,
Get your
everybody
best argument.
everybody will be quiet. If anybody listen,
Go.
Sarian, if anybody
No.
interrupts you, I will mute them myself. So I will mute myself and everybody else. So nobody interrupts. Go ahead.
Go. You strike first.
You know, honestly, I'm expecting someone to interrupt immediately. That's the
Just
problem.
go. Stop stalling. Go. What do you got?
Bro,
Hit me with your best shot.
you're
Hmm?
you don't really want to hear me, but
Hurry up, dude. You got something or not?
you've interrupted me twice. The problem is I don't think you want to, bro. I don't think you want to let me.
Do you have interruption
I think
trauma?
he's trolling. He's a troll.
No, I'm listening to you interrupt me. That's the
Oh my
interesting part.
god.
Wait, what were
Okay,
you talking
if you're not gonna talk, obviously other people are gonna speak because like there's a void of
Yeah, right.
anything.
I don't believe there's a point in believing in anything that you can't physically see or grasp. It's like a god. You know, why would you believe in you know, we obviously have dug 10,000 probably meters or whatever, maybe kilometers. Well, that is kilometers, but still we have however many kilometers we've dug into the earth. I think at some point obviously it's gonna stop, but there's no point in there being is as much dimension into the depth of the earth as there's into
Yo, what
width.
the
I think
fuck are
it's
you talking about,
irrational.
Sarian?
You've just
What the fuck are you
interrupted me.
talking about?
I could keep talking, but
I
how
don't
do
know
I
what you're
Look, man,
saying.
I
What are
believe
you
in you.
talking about?
What
Can
the
you
I don't
make a
understand.
point? What are you saying,
You
dude?
don't understand, and that's fine. But I
Just
guess
make
talk
the
to me
point,
one-on-one if
dude.
you
What
just.
are you saying?
So I'm supposed to make the point inside of one sentence, but
No,
You
but
could.
don't ramble on
That's not
about some other
respectful, bro.
shit. What is this? Or what are you? Okay, give me the premise. What are we talking about here? Just give me the premise.
You wanted me to talk about whether it's possible for it to be round and or whether it's possible for it not to be a disc, right?
No, I need the evidence how it's a globe. Can you give me some evidence how it's a globe? That's what I
If it
want you
was
to
a
go ahead and
globe,
give me.
I'd give you evidence pointing towards that.
So you don't think it's a globe?
No, I clearly do not. It's a
Okay, so
globe.
what do you think the Earth is?
I just told you, and you didn't say you weren't.
Okay, can you just tell me right now? What do you think it is?
Me, the Earth is a disc, and it's nothing else.
Okay,
But
it's a disc. Okay, we're back to the disc thing. Now I need you to provide evidence how it's a disc, please. Go ahead.
Right, but you interrupted me when I started my second sentence.
Okay,
So fuck
were
you.
you telling me? Were you telling me right now how it was a disc? How it is a disc?
Yeah, because you don't make the
Okay.
connection of me talking about fucking depth
All right.
and
All
explaining
right.
how it's a disk.
All right. So
and
tell me the
saying,
disc,
for
because I
me
need to
to
know what you
explain
know what
how
a
it is a
disc looks
fucking
like,
disk,
right? You know
I'm
what a
gonna
disc
mention
looks like,
depth.
right?
Okay, hold
Hey,
on.
Syrian,
When I
do
when I
you
talk
know what a
about,
disc? Do you know what a disc looks like? Yes or no?
but there's so many hundreds of thousands of kilometers
Can you
to
answer?
the
Can you answer the
circumference of
question?
the fucking Earth.
Can you answer the question? Do you know what a disc is, or you don't know what the word means? Disc. I need to know. Do you know what it means?
Yes, it's literally three-dimensional, but mainly in 2 dimensions and round. Okay, it's mainly
Okay.
two-dimensional.
So tell me how you know the Earth is that what you just said. I need evidence, please. Go ahead.
I mean, we're talking about something
It's
completely abstract and something that has
Give me the evidence,
absolute
Syrian. I'm
depth.
asking you to
wait a minute.
demonstrate
Why
to me how it's a disc. Go ahead.
Well, it's irrational to assume that the depth is 100,000s of kilometers, and I mean
I'm
the
not telling
failure
you
of
what the Earth is not. Tell me what it is. Stop saying what it's not. I don't give a shit what it's
you're
not.
claiming it's not a fucking disk, so you stop talking about it.
I
Stop
don't need
about
to tell
talking
you
what the
that
Earth
it's a
is not.
disc to tell you that it's not a fucking disc. I can
Yo,
just
can you
tell
guys
you
like
that it does. Dude,
calm
shut
down?
the fuck up right now. All right, so Syrian, I don't need you to tell me what it's not. I need you to tell me what it is. Now you're giving me everything that it's not. I don't
You've
care.
been telling me
How do
what
you
it's
know?
not the
How do
whole
you,
time, bro. You've
Syrian,
been saying it's
Syrian,
not a disc.
Syrian? I don't care. Just tell me how it is a disc. Go ahead.
But you're saying it's not, so stop talking about what
Fucking
it's
hell,
not.
bro. Just tell me how the evidence right now. How is it a disc?
You're irrational, assuming it's not. And
What the fuck, dude? Are you
the
gonna
only
say how it's a
the
disc
only
or no?
possibility for it, the only
No,
possibility
We
for
don't.
it
We're not
that
talking
I was
about
trying to
possibilities. We're not
dismantle.
talking. No, fuck that.
You're saying you're
Fuck that, dude. Tell me how it's a fucking disc. I don't want to keep doing this all night. Just tell me how it's a fucking disc. Well, it's fine with
He
me. You wanna
gone.
fuck off?
He gone.
Fucking hell.
Oh,
He's
he
back.
back.
All right.
mute.
How's it a disc?
Oh, now I'm not muted anymore, bro. Anyways, so
Mm-hmm.
if you won't mute me, I guess muting
I need you to tell me how it's a
Conquer
disc. Go. You're not
interrupting.
gonna get muted so long as you tell me how it's a disc.
I feel like
Go.
you're putting a lot of pressure on him, and he's very
Shut the
nervous.
fuck up.
Yeah, I'm very, very nervous. Goddamn,
I don't
Lambda.
give
Thank
a
you for
shit, dude. You wanted
me a
this
hug, give me a hug.
one-on-one, didn't you?
Everybody else, shut up, guys. I'm muting everybody that interrupts him, including
Bubble,
myself.
please don't interrupt my one-on-one here, right?
Yes, I'm.
Just
I'm
go.
gonna mute myself.
Just go. You have the floor
Bro, how
now.
do you say just go when you're trying not to interrupt, bro? Like you seriously have some
Oh my god, just fucking tell me how it's a
brain that doesn't
disc already.
understand the complexity of not
Shut
shutting up
up.
when it's so simple. How's
Shut
that a
up and
too
tell me how it's a
complex,
disc.
bro? How's that a too complex word for you, not phrase for you not shutting the fuck up, bro? Okay, so we were talking about depth, and you was gonna tell me how I'm gonna supposedly need to stop talking about what it's not. Well, the only way I can fucking prove that it can't be anything else is to talk about why that other version is unrealistic. I'm saying the natural thing to assume is it's a disk, and I'm gonna talk about how the depth is irrational. I mean, we're talking about a massive thing here.
You either tell me how it is a disc or you can have a seat. I don't need you to tell me what it's not or irrational or any other idea. I'm going to unmute you, but you need to just hold on because I'm still talking to you. I'm the one that muted you, Syrian. I need you to tell me how it's a fucking disc. Don't tell me about it's irrational. Well, I guess he's not going to come back. And if he does come back, then I guess he's going to forfeit because he hasn't told me how it's a disc, how it's irrational. I don't give a shit about it being irrational.
Dude,
I guess you
discs
guys can
are
come off
not
of mute
even
now.
3D. Discs are 2D shapes. So like, how can the Earth be 2D?
Well, he hasn't said shit about it, so I don't know what he's thinking.
He doesn't know
All
what a
right.
disc is.
I just think he was very nervous. You could tell on his like demeanor and tone.
He wanted the
No,
one-on-one.
he wasn't. Yeah, he came in like pumping his chest. What are you talking about?
Yeah, he wanted that.
I agree. The Earth is flat. I agree.
You want the smoke, you're gonna get the smoke. That's what's going on here.
The Earth is flat,
Sarian,
guys. I agree.
Sarian, no, you left when I was talking to you, so now your ass is staying on mute. How about that? You could have
He's
just
just gonna
stayed here.
Here,
going back
I
and
honestly, I don't understand how people could think the Earth is flat when there's mountains and there's hills.
Oh yeah,
Well,
shit.
Jed's
I
gonna
forgot
tell
to
you.
take note.
I'm done with that guy. So Jed's gonna
Wait,
jump
what?
in here.
Yeah. Topologically speaking, the Earth is horizontal and level. Obviously, there are mountains, hills, and valleys, and trees, and divots and shit, and even the water's got waves. But when measured, the Earth can be described as horizontal and level. Especially over vast distances of water, there's no curvature to be found.
But it's not level though, because Mount Everest. Hold on.
We're talking about the waters now. We're not going to be talking about the topography on the land, because obviously the topography on the land is, topography. It's bumpy. Let's say that. Hills.
But we know that. Sorry to interrupt.
No, that's fine. But we're primarily talking about the waters of the Earth at this moment. So the waters are level.
Okay, if you have any shaped container and you fill it with water, the top is gonna be like flat.
Yes.
But it doesn't negate that underneath it goes into deep trenches.
Of course. That would be the container for the waters, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and that's how it is on Earth. There's these deep trenches. It's not flat.
Well, but is the water upon the surface, that's level, isn't it? Flat, horizontal.
It is flat because of gravity.
Well, so it's flat because of gravity, so therefore welcome to flat Earth, because there's no curvature on the Earth, the water.
But the water is
That was
flat, not
easy.
the Earth.
And I thought it was quite easy as well. I don't
No,
think
it's
he's
pretty-
following though. You
No,
know those.
he just.
How
he
could there be
pigeonholed himself.
curvature? How could be curvature on water? Explain that. It's like it's not a solid.
Actually, sometimes the water isn't even the same level. For example,
tides and shit. Yeah, awesome.
yeah, not just
Yeah.
that, but like icicles and
Awesome.
glaciers.
Yeah,
That's a solid.
That's a solid.
Aren't water molecules around?
Those are still
Alright.
water molecules.
Dude,
Yeah,
do you
water
understand?
molecules
Sorry,
around.
sorry to keep interrupting my own fucking conversation, gentlemen. I do apologise, but we're trying to find curvature here, and you keep saying that the water's level. Welcome to flat Earth. The water should be curving though if it was a ball, though, right?
No, because it doesn't matter the shape of the bowl.
So
The
you
water
know
is
those
always going to.
dude, very quickly. You know those pictures from space that we're all shown, where it shows the Earth
Yeah,
to be
yeah,
a
yeah, yeah.
ball?
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so it shows the Earth to be a ball, and 72% of that globe Earth model is water. So the water would be curving. You keep saying
Right.
it horizontal, flat, and level, and agreeing with me. So we're looking for curvature over distances of water, and you're saying there isn't any. So welcome to flat Earth.
But I didn't agree to flat Earth.
Well, then we're talking about the waters. Can you show me where that water's curving?
Yeah.
Where?
Whirlpools.
Whirlpools. No,
The
that's
fuck,
swirling
dude?
water. You really, really bad
Fucking
troll.
idiot.
How am I an idiot?
Because we're looking for curvature of water, not whirlpools.
Water
Let's
just
reframe-
takes up. It takes
let's
up the
reframe
space of
saying
whatever
that,
you
Mark.
put it in.
Yeah, so welcome to flat Earth, and it's level on the surface, that water, right?
Fucking whirlpools.
Oh, I see. I see what you're saying. So you're saying the container is flat.
No, I'm saying the
No.
container of the water is a container. That would be the land, and the seabeds that's underneath the water. But the water on the top is level.
He's not keeping up.
Why are you seeing?
Because this is fun for me now, and now
Yeah,
I'm
it's fun.
deciding to troll you a little bit because you're not getting this very simple concept. If the
Well,
Earth was a ball,
I feel like you're demeaning me.
well, then you need
Why
to
are
be a
you
little
being
bit more intelligent,
patronizing?
then, don't you?
No need to be.
Yeah, you're a little
Nobody gives a
patronic.
fuck, dude.
All
Shut
right,
the fuck
all
up.
right, ladies, don't get sensitive now, okay?
God damn, dude.
Is hold on, one second.
So we're
You
trying
guys are
to
about some
find
candy
The
ass
way
in there.
okay, listen, I'm coming in with really good intentions. I'm trying to just understand the argument, the point of view, right? I don't know why
Okay.
you're attacking my person. Okay.
because you're agreeing with me at this moment where you are saying that the water is level,
Right.
horizontal, flat. But if the
Okay.
Earth was a ball, that water wouldn't be horizontal, level, and flat. It would curve. You know, balls are curved.
No,
right?
the top would
Yeah,
be
would
flat.
be flat. Yes. So
Yes.
welcome to flat Earth. If the water's flat,
Snacks are in the
Okay,
back.
I'm not following your argument at all. Is anybody else following his argument? So I know that I'm
Yeah,
not
you
like.
just said the Earth is flat. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
What?
What's
You
the
said
surface?
it.
Let's try it like this. What's the surface of the Earth primarily made of? I've given you
The
the answer.
surface of the Earth?
Yes, I've already given you the answer, but let's see if you can
Carbon.
remember.
Oh fuck, dude. Fuck. Oh shit.
Surface of the Earth is primarily water, isn't it, my friend?
Me.
You're not that fucking.
Don't do it.
Yeah, please do. It's
I
just
think he
par
was
for the
playing
course
dumb a
for all
little
day
bit.
today. Yeah, I think so too.
I mean, he was like, "It's flat."
That's-
Oh, what about a whirlpool? I'm like,
Yeah, that's
you
it's
know, that's not what they were talking about.
Oh, even Matthew's on your case, man.
well, it's just obvious.
I'm just saying
I
he
mean,
needs
it's
to be
you,
honest. That's all.
you know when there's trolls around, it's fucking. You know what it is.
Okay, so the
Nah,
argument is,
fucking
if
okay,
I
nothing.
just want to make sure that I understand correctly.
You
Okay?
already do, man. We've been over this fucking
No,
5
no,
times.
I don't. And
Yeah,
part
no,
of me
fuck
understanding
that. No,
correctly is I
it's time.
rephrase what you
It's
told
time
me
to
and you
bring
tell me if
you
I
in
got
the.
it right.
No, we're going hard style this time. We went soft and easy with Jedi, and now you're gonna get it fucking one way or the other. But it's gonna be hard style this time. Fuck that, dude.
Let's
You've been
be good
fucking
faith. Let's be nice to each
no.
Other.
Fuck you, dude. I don't fuck good
Come
faith
on,
nothing.
man.
No, I don't
Okay,
give a
well,
fuck. I don't. Because you should have picked up on water being flat level on its surface. At least that much.
listen,
Do
you're
you
giving
agree
me
with that? Yes or
flashbacks to
no?
my teacher in school. You know,
Oh,
maybe
I don't, dude.
maybe I
If
don't
you
get the
have a teacher
concept
like
as fast as others. Okay, but if
no,
I spend
don't
enough time, I'll get
don't
it.
even,
Okay,
don't,
one
no,
second.
no,
One second.
no,
One second.
no, no. Fuck no.
So
No.
if
No. I said fucking no. It's no. You've been around the block about 5 times. You should already know where the address is. What the fuck? We're not going to keep explaining to you, and then some other person's going to reiterate the point and try to reason with you. You should already know. And if you don't, man, you're really missing the point because he like said it like 3 or 4 times. Easy. You should have gotten it, man. There's no way. Next. We're not going to be fucking trying to reason with you, man. You're just you're playing a game. I'm sorry, guys, but he's just playing a game. He's not here to reason. Anybody else can chime in, though.
I mean, seeing how you treated him, I don't know if I want to chime in.
Well, just be a straight shooter. How about that? When you jerking us around, then you're gonna get treated like that. Don't jerk us around. Just be straight. What's wrong with that? I don't get on people's asses unless they're fucking around. Then I'll get on your ass.
Yeah, it's okay to disagree. Just be articulate and
Yep.
kind about it. That's all.
It's fine with me. That guy's playing games, though. We don't deal with that. At least I don't. Go ahead, Macro. And if you are going to present anything, just present it the best evidence that you can for the Earth being a globe.
No. I agree. The Earth is flat. I agree.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well then.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
I don't 100% trust him with the tone in his voice. Honestly.
We can just probably wing it from this point forward because whether or not he's a flat earther, I mean, that's still. People say that. Oh, we've heard many people say that. But over time, they'll show their true colors and we'll see it, whatever it is their goal is. But we got Bubble here and Jedi and myself, Heretics in the house from the team anyway. OG Meatball, I think you're hanging around here, aren't you? Space Goat's in the house. T-Dub is in the house. TOS UK. Timbo, what's up, brother? Just seen you pop in there. And Under Heaven Water.
And in the opposite corner, Matthew Learns.
Well, probably the only one. I don't think there's anybody else in here other than. I don't really count that guy as a flat earther. I'm just not. I'm holding
Yeah,
my.
we got that.
I'm reserved
Sorry,
on
Don.
Anywho. Who, Don? No, he's muted, man. That guy's a LARPer. He definitely is a Glober. I know that. We had a conversation earlier today. T-Dub was from the land of the kangaroos. More days. You guys, you're never going to win. Just give it up. We've been doing this for years, and for years you guys have been doing that in all the servers that we've been in, so it ain't like that attempt's gonna win. Feeble attempts.
Do they get paid to do that?
Who knows? But they've been doing it for like this past week, so
Yeah, and it's always the same sound, so I'm thinking it's some
They
concerted
get
effort
paid by
from a group
NASA
of
and
people.
stuff.
well, there is an individual in this server. We got our eyeball on him. But we can't confirm or deny it's that person. So the guys with your that kangaroo looks like he's sleepy or something.
See, if it was better music, we'd let them play it longer.
Yeah, I know. I would.
Look like Weston.
It'd be worse if they did something like Baby Shark or something like that.
Oh god, yeah.
If it was that, I'd let it play. Or at least Rickroll us, man. Fuck.
I've only heard once where it was really good and I was tempted to just let it keep playing, but you know,
Somebody else will
everybody
mute
else
him.
didn't agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So trollers have bad taste. Is that what you're saying?
Who is this Pickles the Frog person?
I don't think I've ever heard that guy talk. Or woman talk.
Hello.
Oh, I guess they talk.
Oh, it talks. Okay. Hi.
Hey, I'm just observing. Don't worry about me.
You're what?
You're what?
I'm just observing.
Oh.
Oh.
Kind of pervert or something.
Hell yeah, brother.
Is it hell yeah?
So I wanted to clarify, if you're saying 70% of the world is water, and because the surface of water is flat, therefore the earth is flat, is that the argument?
Yeah. So the surface of the Earth, which is 72% water, is level, flat, horizontal. Then the Earth can't be a ball because the primary surface is level and horizontal.
Okay,
And I'm a Glober, and I
I have
agree.
something to tell you. I do recall in physics class they would add water, like one drop. They would fill the cup completely, and they'd still be able to add drops and drops and drops of water, and it would curve, right? And you'd be able to see the curvature of that water, and it
You know
wouldn't
what that's
spill.
called? You know what that's called? Do you know what that's
I
called?
don't. I'm not a scientist or anything like that, but I do
You
recall
don't need to
that
be a
from.
scientist. If you were in a class and they were teaching you this, you would already know. It's not something high level. It's just it's something very basic.
Right. Do you know what it's called?
Yes. It's
I
called
don't.
either it's adhesion or cohesion because it sticks to the outer side of the glass. So it
Cohesion,
doesn't
right?
spill.
Yeah.
Plus water holds itself in its own bond. So like a small drop, it can hold its surface like that's it. Shit, I got some information here. Just give me a second.
But you're
I'll bring it
looking
up.
it up though.
I know. I have some diagrams I wanted to show you.
So then why did you say if you were in the class you would have known? Why are you testing my intelligence?
Because you said you didn't know. Did you know?
No, I didn't.
Okay then. What the fuck?
But neither do you.
Yes, I do.
Then
I'm
why are you
telling you what the
Googling
fuck
it?
it is. I'm not
He's not
Googling it. I already
he's
knew
looking
it.
up diagrams.
Dude, what
He
the
already
fuck's
has.
wrong with you? Fuck. You have like a
Listen,
learning deficiency or what the fuck?
you're being very rude and mean to
I
me,
don't
and
give a
I
fuck, dude. Shut the
Oh,
fuck up.
goodness. What is wrong with
if
these
we were
people?
You're
speaking
fucking.
in if we were speaking in person, you would not speak like this. I don't know
I
why you're
don't
doing
give a
it now.
shit, Lambda. What are you, some internet tough guy? Fuck you. You act like you're what? You're
That's
fucking
what
300 pounds, big old fucking elephant or some shit. Nobody gives a shit. In this arena, that doesn't count, dumbass. Fucking idiot.
that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, can
You're
you
a
just
fucking
be
internet tough
nice?
guy. Well, if you were in front of me, shut the fuck up, dude.
Doesn't matter about your drop after drop after drop into a beaker full of water, so it starts to curve upon the surface until you've had one more drop and it falls over the surface. We're talking about the surface of the earth, lakes, seas, and oceans. Also
Yeah.
salt flats as well. So we have land topography also, which is measured directly to be level. Even if you're going to give us an argument where it's where you say you had drops and drops to a beaker
Yeah.
full of water, then
Yeah.
you would be able to measure that as curved. But
Yeah.
we don't measure any curvature over any distance of water.
All right, I found a good diagram. So look at the 24/7 Flat Earth text channel.
1 second. Let me see.
I had a few good ones, but that one's probably a better one because it has more information packed into that one diagram.
Yes, cohesion. Yes.
Okay. But there's more to it though. We're gonna talk about meniscus just a moment.
Oh, there's also surface tension of the water.
Surface tension, yeah. Thank you for that, Matthew.
So is this why you're claiming the Earth is a ball?
Okay, are you guys religious by any chance? Is that why you're flat earthers?
Are you going to avoid the question that I just asked you, or what?
So
What was the
many of
question? Sorry.
them, many of them
I
are
said,
actually
are you
biblical
claiming that?
cosmologists.
Are you claiming that this is why the Earth is a ball? Because of a cup
No,
of water?
he was commenting on because the surface of the water is flat and the majority of the Earth is water, therefore the majority of the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
I was trying to tell him that the surface is, if you go close enough, you can see that there's curvature to it.
Well, there's curvature on the edges of a cup. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. What about a swimming pool? Does it do that?
Any container of water.
Cool. So does it curve in the middle or just at the edges?
If you'd add enough, the curvature would go all the way to the middle. Yeah.
Curvature. Where did you measure that?
On the surface.
Of the water?
Yeah.
Can you put that measurement in the post? In the chat?
I'm not a scientist, bro.
It's not a science
Scientists
question, bro.
don't measure. This is just a measurement. I'm just asking for a measurement. You said you measured the curvature of the. You said to measure the curvature of water.
Yeah,
I
it
was
just
wondering if
depends.
you had it. You had it handy.
It just depends on what liquids you put in a tube. You're gonna get that concave on the meniscus or the convex meniscus. Like that's showing mercury and water. And you should see like the different way they look in that vial.
That's new to me. I didn't know that mercury would have a convex meniscus.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know why?
Dense.
Density?
Isn't it
Dude,
because of
I
the
used to have a
polarity?
whole bunch of stuff on this. God.
People ask me if I learned anything in these flat Earth discussions, and I say I do. And here's an example. I learned something today.
But the person who brought it up is not a flat earther.
What?
Like,
who?
What are you talking about?
I brought up the whole thing, the whole
You
concave.
think that we only learnt about meniscus because you brought it up a minute ago?
Yeah, look, let me post. I think I found my folder.
We'd never heard of meniscus until you brought it up, mate.
Let me see. I think I got some more.
Fucking hell.
This is it used to be an argument that people used to hold against us, but there's a lot here.
Okay. It is a good argument, I'll tell you why.
Got more.
Just look right there.
It's a good argument for curve or good argument for
Are you
flat?
saying for curve?
What are you talking
Look
about?
here, look here, look here.
Well,
Why do you think that naturally a lot of substances or liquids form these little circles?
Where?
You see how the mercury makes little balls?
Yeah, do you see the image right under it that describes why that happens?
Yeah. This like
Why,
most of
why
this
are
stuff is-
atoms? Why are atoms and why are droplets of water? Why are they always round?
Because we just told you, bro. Like, look at all the information that's being posted. Can you look at all the information being posted?
These
Like,
are
I'm not-
grade 6 science slides that just explain what cohesion is.
Look, and then you
Put
got
all
the
the-
polarity of
all the-
water.
Yeah.
all of
Wait,
those
Okay.
water
Polarity,
molecules
reactivity,
together.
whatever. No problem.
Put all of those water molecules together, and then put them in a bucket, and then tip them out of the bucket and see if it stays in a sphere.
Seems to be a pattern in
I'm
the
dropping-
universe.
Weird, man. That you say, everything turns into a sphere, but it doesn't.
Listen.
Where do you see spheres in
Literally
nature?
does. It literally does. When you go on a zero-G plane and you have
Hang
water,
on,
it really does
Apple.
turn a sphere.
Like, because you've
whatever
seen
your
a
name is,
video
just
with
wait.
with an astronaut guy doing
We're not saying a
doing thing
perfect
on
sphere,
on
and
green
neither is
screen.
the Earth a perfect sphere. But there seems to be this continuity, this pattern.
I wonder if any of these examples within test tubes or beakers of water where we have concavity and convex
Yeah.
nature to mercury is actually what happens on the surface of the Earth, where that water is in constant motions, waves and tides, for example.
Well, but this information, it's good. It's useful for anyone that's actually studying. So this isn't like flat Earth or globe Earth. This is it is for flat Earth, but like I mean, if you're studying just how water bonds, like you're gonna understand more if you study about it a bit more. So it's not like you have to be a scientist or anything, but you do know that this information comes from a place of like research. So it's not like people are just making this shit up. Like this is actual like testing behind this. So
So here's the dilemma that I'm facing. Okay,
find some Libra text.
you guys will appeal to science when it's convenient for you, but these
It's
same
not convenient. It's just it's what it is, dude. What do you mean? What do you know what science is? First of all,
science is the study of anything.
Nope, incorrect.
Fuck,
Science, natural science is the study of the physical and natural world, where we have but
Not
one
true.
question.
Mathematics.
Yes, no.
Oh,
There's
no, you're wrong.
mathematical science, there's
No,
computational
no,
science,
we're not talking
there's
about
eng
that.
sci,
You have social
Did you hear what
there's
he
health
said?
sci, social sci, it's the
hear-
study of anything.
I know, dude. Shut up. He's not talking about that. He said natural science. Did you
He
hear
asked me
him?
what is science.
Natural science is a
Yeah,
branch.
we asked you what is science, and then he said natural science, and then Apple, whatever, Appel's jumping in here to say something. What do you guys don't divert from what he's saying though, right? Because I think you're starting to make a claim of something else. We're not talking about that. We're talking about natural science.
Okay.
I mean,
Natural science is the use of the scientific method to explain nature. That's a decent definition. I mean,
no,
no
incorrect.
philosopher would agree on what science even means, okay? But
Incorrect. We're specifically dealing with natural science, and we just got charged with bringing up science when it suits us. The reason we'll bring up science when it suits us is when it's a question
I
for
think
science.
the reason
Oh,
he says that is
why are you
because
still fucking talking? I don't get it. Am I speaking longer than 15 seconds and your TikTok brain can't fucking handle it?
I've never used TikTok.
Well,
Why are you guys so rude?
Dude, shut up. He's trying to get through.
The reason why we're rude, mate, is when people start talking through us. It's called fundy muting. You don't
Go
like
ahead
to.
then.
So
Oh
you're
my
just-
God, you're fucking doing it still.
We've been charged with disregard or using science when it suits us and disregarding it when it doesn't. First of all, we'd have to understand what science was. If it was a question for science, you're damn right we're going to be using science. If it's not a scientific question, then we're going to use the tool that's applicable. For example, if we want to figure out the shape of an object, we're not going to science it to fucking death, now are we? We're going to observe it and measure it. No, we're not. We're going to observe it and measure it. We're not going to.
Science.
No. Observation and measurement isn't science.
Observation is the first step of the scientific
But
method.
it isn't science in its entirety. Now, is it? Science
Simply
in its
observing
entirety.
something is
My
not.
friend, shush. Listen to what I'm going to say and then challenge me when I'm finished. Because I'm specifically talking about natural science. The first step is making an observation of something very specific, a phenomena, something happening. The next step is to make a prediction of the cause of that something
A
happening. So
hypothesis.
you've got a hypothesis. If cause, then effect. You can then test your hypothesis in an experiment where you, the researcher, will vary and manipulate what you presume the cause to be to see if it has the effect or not. That is the natural scientific method. Cause and effect relationship and demonstration through experimentation.
Okay. Not really.
Not okay. So I love doing this. Would you like me to provide you with over 30 citations to the scientific method?
That's an extreme oversimplification of the scientific method. There's a lot more to it than that.
Really? So scientific method. First, dependent variable, observation of a phenomena. Second, prediction of cause. We will call this the
No,
independent
not
variable.
prediction, just a hypothesis. Just an
That is a
explanation.
hypothesis, you fucking little idiot.
Fucking idiot.
I'm literally constructing a hypothesis in front of your very fucking eyes. The hypothesis is an if this cause, then that phenomena statement. A prediction of cause. You will then test this hypothesis in an experiment where you, the researcher, will vary and manipulate your presumed cause to see if it has the effect or not.
I don't know why you're limiting it to causation. Science is just about
Because-
modeling, explaining.
No. That's the fucking way that you guys get to do pseudoscience. Fucking observational fuckwit science. That's no such thing as that. You're making up new shit that doesn't apply to what science is. Fucking like that's the reason why you guys your worldview is all jacked. It's because
Yeah,
you make
man.
new definitions for what you think science is, and then you apply it to some idiot idea that you're gonna look at something and then do science by looking at it.
Much better
Observational
think-
science is
You think
bullshit.
science works with models?
What?
What?
No, we're not even talking about that. We're talking about specifically in the arena of doing a scientific method. Not your fucking. We're not going to models just yet.
Yeah, not models. That can't
It's
be
about
scientific.
making.
We're not doing models just yet. I said. But
Well-
on this case, you have to understand you're making an observation of the world as in a naturally observed phenomena. So when you're going out to the field, you're going to see what nature's doing, and you're going to wind up trying to figure. The researcher, you right, because you're the researcher, you're going to try to figure out why in nature something's happening. So you're going to try to vary and manipulate an independent variable to see if you can't cause a reaction or a change in it and the dependent variable. So that's what you're doing right now. The scientific method is applicable to the natural science. So I don't know what you're on about saying it's oversimplification, because that's exactly what you're trying to find out, what's causing the effect.
I don't think all of natural science is simply trying to explain things in terms of
Oh no?
causation.
Then what is it?
It's about giving explanations generally
Oh, am I?
That's some bullshit right there, man.
and trying to disprove them.
Yeah,
You
come
got,
on, man. Science doesn't
That's how
explain
theories.
things.
That's how
There's a
theories are
few
developed.
there
Okay, explaining without
acrylic.
using the scientific method, dumbass.
Now,
Science doesn't explain things. Is it?
there a 2-pack one or?
Timbo, you're hot micing, bro. Yeah, when you're going to explain something, how are you going to do it without having to run it through a hypothesis test? Where you're just going to make shit up? Is that what science is?
Yep.
Well, then you're not doing fucking science, are you?
I'm kidding, dude. I'm kidding. Jesus Christ.
What's your question?
All right, so there's now become a run of citations with regards to the scientific method, experimentation, and scientific theories and models. Would you like us to keep going?
Well, what kind of models do you have for the flat
I
Earth?
would like not.
Oh, interesting. Do you even know what a scientific model is?
an explanation for a
Basically,
natural phenomenon.
That's interesting. I've actually just posted that. Maybe you could read it out for the class.
Yeah, I don't think I have to do that.
I wonder what the
No,
Scientific American says about the shape of the Earth.
no, I wonder.
Scientific American. We're not talking about Scientific American. Fucking idiot.
This is how we all got into this mess in the first
How
place.
did you do in science class?
Would you wait?
Very well, Frankie, my friend. Fucking awesome.
I highly doubt that.
You know what?
Really?
It doesn't matter, Appel. You're the one over here thinking that you know what science is, and you got it all fucking wrong. So even if you got straight A's, you're fucking wrong now. So what difference does it make, dumbass? Yeah,
so
you need to shut the fuck up because you're already
so
wrong.
emotional about your delusion?
I
Well,
don't
think
give a
about
fuck,
it.
dude.
Yeah, your classes didn't even prepare you for a flat Earth Discord conversation. You're fucked.
Now Jedi is gonna go over some of the citations because you didn't want to read it because you're being a stubborn ass when you were actually given a chance to read what you were denying here. He's gonna read it out to you because you don't want to hear it. But guess what? That's what we're doing here. And these citations, they're coming from people that are Nobel laureates. So if you disagree with that, then you're just a fuckwit altogether.
Yeah, so when y'all were accused earlier of
All right, so now's your time to
using-
talk, Neon. When Jedi is about to read something, you could just wait until he's done, right?
Oh,
And
sure.
then
I
you can
didn't
do
realize
that.
he was about to read something. I like just got back from the. My bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's no worries. We've got a problem with understanding what the scientific method is and why it's even used. So, from Rochester University, the scientific method distinguishes science from other forms of explanation because of its requirement for systematic experimentation. We can go to, who should we go to now? Oh my goodness me, Quantum Mechanics 3rd edition. We can say that the final arbiter of truth is in science is experiment. What else should we go to? The only way things change in physics now, so that's natural science. The only way things change in physics is experiment. Everything is based on experiment. That's the only way we change our mind. That's from the, oh my goodness me, the professor of physics at Yale. Brilliant stuff. If it doesn't agree with experiment, it's wrong. In the simple statement is the key to science. Sorry, if it doesn't agree with experiment, it's wrong. In that simple statement is the key to science. That's from Richard Feynman. Now, somebody brought this up earlier, trying to say that maths was science. Let's do this. Mathematics is not science from our point of view, in the sense that it is not a natural science. The test of its validity is not experiment. Again, Richard Feynman, Nobel laureate. I don't really want to keep going on, but ultimately the scientific method is a hypothesis and test. That's the experimentation. Everything else is just arbitrary at this point. When shall I read anymore? Oh, the objective of, sorry, let me read this last one. The objective of science is to gain an understanding of the cause and effect relationship among variables under carefully controlled observations. Thanks for that one, Dax. Scientific theory summarizes a hypothesis or a group of hypotheses that have been supported with repeated testing. The testing, that would be the experiment. Scientific theory consists of one or more hypotheses than have been supported with repeated testing. I'm just going to keep going on and on. I'm probably going to bore you, but yeah, I've got a very firm understanding of what the scientific method is. I don't care if you're bored, my friend. Knowledge is key in this arena. Understanding what science is and is not is key in this arena.
So, has the scientific method been used to model or map out the flat Earth?
Why would you, after I've read this out, why would you then say something really stupid like that?
That's fucking
Why
stupid,
would that
dude.
be? Why would that be
Science-
stupid? Why would
Science
it be
is not
stupid
the
to ask
fucking
for
listen, Neon. Science
a
is not
model
the
of the
key
flat
you need.
Earth?
Listen, science isn't the key that you need here. It's a category error. The reason why he's going over this is because you guys think you can use science to tell you what the shape of the Earth is as a globe, and that's a category error, which means it doesn't belong. The same.
Oh my god. How? After he just read it out to you 7 times, you still don't understand what science is and what it's for. Hey Neon, Neon, just do the whole panel a favor and shut the fuck up. You're as dumb as a box of rocks, dude.
Well, that didn't really answer
Agree.
my question now, did it?
No.
You did. Jedi answered your question about 7 times with all the citations that he read out, and then you just come back, "Whoa, why don't you model a shape?" You're a retard, dude.
Oh,
The answer
well,
was
sorry.
already there. Search back in your memory or play back the stream. Just shut up. You're
So
just
then
too dumb.
the climate can't be modeled. The weather can't be
Alright,
modeled.
Shut the fuck up. What were you saying, Appel? Appel, what were you saying?
Why does the globe hypothesis, the hypothesis that the Earth's a globe, why does that not belong to science? Doesn't that belong to astronomy,
Well-
geology, earth science, physics?
Slow down. So give me the hypothesis for the globe that I can test in an experiment. First step is give
The
me an
Earth is
observer.
spherical. That's the hypothesis.
No, that's a statement. The Earth is a sphere is not a hypothesis. A
Yeah, it is.
hypothesis. Hold on. A hypothesis is a prediction of cause. A
No, it isn't.
hypothesis. No, it's not. It's not a fucking statement.
Hypothesis
The
is an
Earth is a sphere.
explanation.
I suggest you listen, mate, because you're incorrect in what you said. You just made a statement. A hypothesis is a supposition into a cause and effect relationship that you can test in an experiment.
A hypothesis is a proposed explanation for a phenomenon. Okay, you're lying out of your ass.
A proposed explanation for a phenomena. Yeah.
Yeah.
So a supposition of cause of a phenomena.
You're pulling that out of your ass.
I'm not.
Nowhere does it say anything about.
Dude, I've provided you with quite a few citations. I can provide you with a shit ton more.
Yeah, give me one
No
citation
skin
that says an hypothesis is exclusively causal.
What's an observed phenomena? What's phenomena mean?
Something that is perceived.
No, something happening. And we want to, in natural
Yes,
science,
dude.
figure out the cause of that something happening.
Phenomenon is an observable event.
An event, what, something
An event.
happening,
Something happening. The fuck, dude?
and then we want to figure out the cause
Mr.
of
Straight
that.
A's.
Right. Let me do it like this. In a hypothesis, there's 2 variables. Dependent, the phenomena, the effect, the thing happening, the dependent variable, and then the supposition of cause, that's the independent variable. Your hypothesis will be if this, presumed cause, independent variable, then that, effect, phenomena, dependent variable. You will then test this in an experiment by adding another variable, or 2, or 3, or 4, and these will be your control variables, where everything is kept the same. And then the researcher will vary and manipulate your presumed cause, the independent variable, to see if it causes the phenomena, the dependent variable. The Earth is a sphere isn't a fucking hypothesis.
It's also not a phenomena.
Oh shit.
Really?
Yo,
Out of all
I'm
the space
asking
probes
you
we've
straight,
sent
and I'm
into
gonna go
space
over here.
photographing the Earth, that's not a phenomenon.
A phenomenon is a verb, dude. Earth is a sphere is a noun.
Yeah, Mr. Straight A's over here, Appel, thinks he knows what science is, and you could science the shape of the Earth. Fucking idiot.
Yeah, just like you can science any other natural
Okay,
phenomenon.
give the hypothesis for a shape then. Go on.
What's the natural phenomenon observed, please?
Like I said, the Earth is a sphere. That's it.
See, if you said gravity caused the sphere, that would be a phenomenon, right?
Show me sphere.
Simply saying the Earth is shaped like this, that's already a theory. That's already a hypothesis.
That's a what is question, not a how or why question.
This is what we were trying to explain to you earlier about being in a category error. Science only deals with how and why things cause other things to happen. A what is question, but that's not in the realm of natural science now, is it?
Well, let
You've
me ask
given
you a
us-
question. Well, let me ask him a question. Is my table is a square? Is that a scientific hypothesis?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. And it can be falsified
How about if how can it be falsified?
by observing it.
By
So what does he?
observing
What
it.
do you
From
think
what
a
angle?
measurement is?
Any angle
So
you
a
like.
square does any angle. Are you okay?
Yeah, are you?
So if you look at a square table at a 45-degree angle, does it look like a square?
Come again?
If you look at a square table from a 45-degree angle, does it look like a square?
No.
Okay, then how can you tell from any angle it's a square?
Oof. You done fucked up, Mr. Appel.
Can I get the dependent and independent variable for my table as a square?
You're all are LARPing.
Dude, are you sure you got
Nice
fucking
cope.
straight A's?
Yeah,
You
let's do
fucked
it. Like
up.
I liked Heretic's point of view. So, dependent variable. Give me that. What's your dependent variable?
What?
Come on.
The table?
Yeah, if you want. Yeah.
The physical properties, I suppose.
So you observe as a phenomena physical properties. You don't know what you're talking about, do you, Sunshine?
you're talking out of your ass.
My next
I have a
question.
far greater understanding of science than you.
Oh, you really don't.
You really
Far
demonstrated
greater?
that.
17 years old.
Far greater in what?
Dude,
in what
Brenda's
respect?
shoe is sounding good right about now.
In what respect, man? You haven't said shit. You
Wall
failed
Street
everything.
Science, how science is actually done.
Oh, it's actually done.
You
How is it
don't know
actually
anything
done?
about science, dude.
How is it actually done,
Nothing.
Appel?
Science is just a magic word to you. You're a buzzword earther.
How is it actually done? Fucking say something. Don't clam up now. How is it done?
Scientific method.
What's the
Do you know
scientific method? Hold on. What is it? No, I've
A
told you.
very complex process. Do you want me to explain it?
I've told you. And
All 5
provided you
steps are
citations.
complex.
Yeah,
So
right.
when you have ADHD, 5 steps is complex, dude. So give them a break.
What's the first step of formalizing a hypothesis? What's the first step?
Formalizing a hypothesis.
Yeah, we're going to try and
Just make
formalize
it
it.
up. You just make a hypothesis. That's it.
No, you don't just make something up. Otherwise, you'd be walking around saying stuff like the Earth is a sphere, and that would be a fucking hypothesis. No.
But
What's
because
the
it
first?
is.
What's the
And
first
the Earth
step?
is flat is also a hypothesis.
No, it's not. That's a blanket fucking statement. And also, we're in a category area because we're dealing with shapes at the moment, which is a question for math and geometry, not natural science.
You're an idiot.
No, I'm clearly not an idiot. I provided
What
you
a
with several
compelling argument.
citations.
You really know how to speak science, Appel.
Shapes occur in nature. Are you dumb?
What
My
shape is a
goodness.
rock? What shape is a rock?
Rock shaped.
They don't have ideal shapes, you dumbass.
No, fuck it,
Shapes
honestly.
occur in nature. Fucking idiot.
Give me a dependent variable about anything.
Don't know what that means.
You don't know what dependent variable is, yet you're going to
No.
tell me that I don't know what I'm fucking talking about, and you're the arbiter of
Exactly.
science.
Yeah.
Mr.
I
Science over
thought you
here.
knew everything about science.
He did.
No,
What is-
definitely not everything. I just know,
What?
understand it
That's
far better than you.
Well, being as I've
It doesn't
provided,
You're
sound
not
like it from being
demonstrating
an
it.
outside observer.
being as I've provided you at least 10 citations with regards to science, what it is, hypothesis construction, experimentation, and what dependent and independent variables are, and I've also told you. Can you tell me what a dependent variable is?
No, I can't.
Why? Have you got a
I
cognitive
don't know
issue?
what it is.
You don't know what a phenomena is, something happening in the scientific method. The very first step of construction of the hypothesis.
I thought you said you knew.
I mean,
you
look,
don't fucking know.
if you're gonna sit here and try and insult me and everybody else here because you've got some type of intelligence, then I'll break it down into really, really simple questions and see if you can answer them. Being as you're the big brain on the panel, but when you fail to do so, you demonstrate your illiteracy in this subject.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what's the dependent variable?
Same answer. I don't know.
Okay. What's a hypothesis?
An explanation for an event. An
A,
explanation for a phenomenon.
a prediction of cause. So you
You
said
can have a
obviously not.
hypothesis in mathematics. Mathematics isn't.
We're not doing mathematics. We're doing natural science.
It's called a conjecture in
We're doing
mathematics.
science generally.
Maths isn't science.
Yeah, it is. It's formal science.
No, I've always given you citations as to regards in
Why is it different
natural-
words then?
Why is what?
Why is science and math different words? Why do we use different words?
Astronomy is a different dude. It's just this field of science.
So mathematics is a
It's just
subset of
a
science.
yeah. It's a scientific discipline.
So how do you do an experiment with math?
Well, experiment can simply mean making a novel observation about something.
Yeah, like boiling the number
Trying
2,
to find what
or
happens.
seeing number 5s run in nature somewhere.
Setting fire to green.
Dude, you took too much mushrooms if you're seeing number 5s running around.
Oh,
Number 5
hey,
exists.
What the fuck does number 5 exist, dude? What the fuck?
You
Where
don't
does
believe
number 5
numbers are real?
Where's number 5 at? Is he in your apartment building right now? Is he right beside you? Is number 5 right next to you?
Isn't
No,
number
it
5
doesn't
off?
exist like chairs exist. It's not a physical thing.
Well, how does it fucking exist then?
Well,
Mm-hmm.
it's invisible.
You're a fucking idiot, dude.
You literally believe in the
Dude,
myth
when you
that
hit
you're
rock,
black.
this is a good example of when you hit rock bottom, then you start digging.
Does
I know
anyone
more science than you. Shut the fuck up, dude.
does anyone know who the room like owner is?
Yes, we do, but we're going to keep that secret.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, like is this like an actual like official flat Earth
Yes, it
channel?
is. Yes, it is.
Oh, okay.
Everyone here is flat Earth.
Apart from
Okay.
you, because you're an idiot.
I gotcha.
Have you got any questions that you'd like to ask Flat Earthers?
Yeah, of
Brainhead's
course.
not flat Earth, man.
I guess it's like coming from like a point of like understanding the logic. So like what do you believe like what do you constitute as flat? Like I know someone in here or
Is
I've
that
like
really a
talked to other
question?
flat oh pardon?
Is
Yeah,
that really a
okay,
question?
hear me out. Okay, hear me out. There's been a lot of flat earthers that like have like talked about the earth being like a disc and like
Nobody says that.
You could just ask us instead of going through like a thing like what you think the flat earthers say, and we could tell you straight out. Be
So
that
there's
easy.
how, yeah, hold on. So there's how the media or what you'll see on the internet, how that portrays what flat earthers think. And when you say flat earthers think it's a disc, that's what you're saying. Nobody thinks that. No flat earther thinks. Listen, I met thousands of flat earthers. None of them think the earth is a disc. None.
really. I
Really.
mean, I don't really interact much with flat earthers, so this is like
Yeah, so there's like the media portrayal of a flat earther, like it's almost like I don't want to bring anything political, but if you see a
no,
particular,
you're good.
say, ethnic group, right? So there'll be a stereotype about like what that ethnic group thinks. Like Mexicans wear
Yeah.
sombreros, Russians drink vodka, yada yada
Yeah,
yada.
yeah, basic
But that's
stereotype.
obviously a generalization. That's not true. This particular generation has nothing to do with reality. There's no there's no flat earthers that think Earth is a disc. Do you know why? Because we don't think outer space exists for which the Earth is a disk to float around in. So why would we think Earth is a space disk if we don't think space is real?
So is Earth the entire universe?
Yes.
That's very delusional.
How is that
So in
delusional?
that case,
And very
would you
egomaniacal.
Yeah, well,
don't
it
even know
looks
what
like
the
it.
fuck
We'll
you're
go look
saying,
up the
dude.
cosmological axis of evil because,
Wait,
according to
let
the
me do my
cosmic background.
thing.
Hold on a second. Let me answer
Yeah, you're good.
Clown here. Just 1 second. There's something called the cosmological axis of evil. So when they look out into the, what you think is outer space, and they look at the cosmic microwave background radiation, it appears as if we're in the center of everything, as in the Big Bang started where we are. So that's mainstream science. If you have a problem, go argue with them. You don't
So
have to
I
answer. I
guess
want to
in
listen to Ace.
so I guess in that case, do you believe the Earth is like 2D or like
No.
No.
or do you still
No.
believe it's like three like because at least for me, my definition of flat like would be like 2D.
Well,
You wouldn't be able to see the sides.
flat is just a description of a surface, isn't it?
Pardon?
Flat is just a description of a surface, isn't it?
Oh, Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
so you do believe
that's
the
what.
Earth is like.
Yeah, so that's what we're saying. We don't know the depth of the Earth, so obviously it's not two-dimensional. We have hills and valleys and caves and stuff. But the
Yeah.
surface of the Earth, primarily water, that's horizontal. That's flat by description.
Okay.
So would you call the surface of your bathtub flat?
That shit's curved.
The water in your bathtub? Do you think that that would be flat? Obviously, it's
As
not
long as it's
perfectly
not
flat,
moving.
right? It's not flat to the molecule,
Mm-hmm.
right? And then a pool, that's flat, and a lake, that's flat. Well, from empirical testing, the oceans are flat. So if the Earth is 70% ocean on the surface and the oceans are flat, it can't be a ball. So you asked what our logic was. That's the logic. So for there to be a sphere, right? The surface of the Earth has to be curving. Period. End of story. And if it's not curving, then it can't be a ball. You can eliminate that as a possibility just from making one simple measurement. That
But
water
maybe
is
you
not
could,
curving at any distance.
well, I guess things like you could kind of like mildly bend a piece of paper, but it'll still like be flat, but still like kind of, or I guess it'll be like like flat on the surface, not necessarily in the like angle looking sideways.
Well, I understand what you're
Yeah.
saying, but this isn't based
Yeah.
upon just looking at the Earth. Obviously, when we look at the Earth, it looks flat to the eye.
Yeah.
Right, but
Yeah,
that's
when we're
not
like on Earth
that's not
looking.
definitive. That's evidence. It's not proof, right? Proof
Yeah.
is in the actual measurement when you actually, because the globe makes certain predictions, right? Claim there's a radius is 3,959 miles. From that, we can predict where the horizon is, how much drop over distance there is, right? How much curvature of the Earth there is at any particular distance. We can do the math and the geometry and make the prediction of what we should expect to see, right? Based upon their geometric claims. And when you go out and look for these in the real world and test it in the real world, there is no curvature of the surface of the Earth. That's the whole deal. So it's like
But
we always
maybe
ask, how many flat spots make a ball? Because everywhere we go when we measure large distances, large bodies of water, there's no curvature. And it should be measurable. Like people say the Earth is too big, right? So that's a common claim, right? It's too big,
yeah.
right? Okay. So how much drop, right? If I took a laser and I shined it out 25 miles, right? And the Earth is supposed to be curving down in every direction, right? Because I'm on the top of the ball, right? It curves down in every direction. If I took a laser, eye level, shined it out 25 miles, how high do you think the laser would be off the ground 25 miles away? I'm sure you don't know, right? You probably have to use a curve calculator. There's curve calculators that calculate this. 420 feet. That's a 42-story building. That means if I was 25 miles away, in order to hit you in the eye with the laser, you'd have to be on top of a 42-story building. Well, these tests have been done. The laser don't hit at 420 feet off the ground. It hits at 4 feet off the ground, which is a 2 order of magnitude difference in the prediction versus what's observed. And this is just
what?
Well, I'm just
Oh,
saying this is the math, right? So
Yeah,
they have a model, it makes a prediction, you test the prediction, and you verify or validate what the prediction was to see if it's the observation is consistent with the prediction. And our observations are not consistent with the prediction. And
Is
people
this
will
what
come in
led you
here.
to?
Well, yeah, this is one thing. Just personally, it was there's something called the Chicago. Chicago, right? You can see Chicago from across Lake Michigan, which is 52 miles away. None of the city should be visible.
I guess a better question, like in that case, um, like when you go to like a beach or like an ocean, um, like what would be your reasoning towards like not being able to see like other countries and stuff like that? Or I guess other like land masses.
Dust
Um,
gets very thick from that far away.
well, I mean, that's one reason, right? But the real reason is, how far do you think you can see? Don't things get visually smaller with distance?
I'm nearsighted, so I can't really like.
Well, that's not helping. Everything's small to you. I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean, it's just everything's just a big bar. So,
Yeah, like I can barely see like far away. It just gets blurry.
okay. So the way perspective works is we don't see in absolute sizes, right? We don't see when you look at something, you don't go, that's 100 feet, or that's 200 feet, right? It'll subtend an angle in your vision, right? So the sun, its size, you can't tell it's the size, they say it is, right? You can't see that it's 800,000 miles across. You see it, it's a half a degree angle in your vision. That's all you can tell. Well, we know from perspective that if something's a half an angle in your vision, if it's 2 times farther away, it's going to be a quarter of an angle. And then if it's 2 times farther than that, it's going to be an eighth. And then if it's 2 times farther than that, it's going to be a 16th, right? So things shrink in this linear relationship. This is in a perfect, perfect, geometry, no air, no nothing, no distortion, perfect frickin' vacuum. This is how things shrink with distance, right? So now you're talking about, the tallest mountain in Europe from New York, from 4,000 miles away. How big do you think that's actually going to be?
Pretty
Pretty
small,
fucking tiny, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now you have to look through 3,000 miles of air. And if you
Yeah.
go look up your local visibility, right? So you have your weather report. Type in the weather report, say visibility, and it'll tell you how far you can see. How far you can see isn't based upon any curvature. It's based upon what the clarity of the air is that day, right? How many dust particles, how much water vapor, what the humidity is, what the barometric pressure is, right? So all these other factors. Typically, if you go to around here where I live, it's about 10 miles. Visibility is 10 miles. So the idea of seeing 3,000 miles is just ludicrous.
Absurd.
Yeah. So even if you go on Wikipedia and you look up meteorological visibility, it'll say the farthest you can see in the clearest air, right? According to it's called the Rayleigh atmospheric model, is 296 kilometers. So the idea of seeing thousands of miles to other countries and seeing Everest or seeing China from fucking Japan or from, these ideas, they're just like, they're fanciful. It's because people play too many video games, man. They think they can see the end of the map. And if you even think about it from a video game perspective, right? Say you made like a model in Blender, right? And you made it like the scale of Earth and dropped your little guy in there. And you made a big freaking 25,000 mile across flat Earth. Do you think you'd be like seeing 3,000 miles to scale on a video game? Mount Everest wouldn't even be 1 pixel from 3,000 miles away.
You said that you don't necessarily believe in a galaxy. I'm not sure if it was you or someone else in this chat.
Yeah, the vacuum of space, and India did say that.
Outer space, yeah. You can take over.
Oh, in the
Jedi.
outer space. Okay.
I came in here hot, dude. I heard that dude talking shit on.
No, you're fine, boss. You're fine. You're fine. I'll take this one really, really quickly, and then I'll give it back to you. So, yeah, when we're told that the vacuum of space is where the Earth is, we understand that the vacuum of space cannot be real. The reasons for this are pretty simple. The reason is that we're breathing gas pressure, and that gas pressure is uncontained from the vacuum of space, which leaves us with two problems. The first problem is we're breathing gas pressure. The definition and demonstration of gas pressure is the force that gas exerts upon the walls of its container. We're told the Earth is an open system, so no container to achieve gas pressure. The second problem is, being as there's no physical boundary between our gas pressure and the vacuum of space, that gas will increase in entropy and fill that vacuum of space. So the vacuum of space can't exist because it kind of defeats and violates the laws of nature. I'm talking specifically about the second law of thermodynamics, which is basically just talking about how energy moves. That high energy gas would disperse into that lower pressure environment. It also defeats, I think it's about 6 or 7 known gas laws and kinetic molecular theory, which all describe gas movement. We're breathing gas that's uncontained from the vacuum of space according to laws of nature. We shouldn't be breathing right now because that gas would disperse into that vacuum of space.
Hmm. So in that case, you don't believe in like a universe. Do you believe in a galaxy per se?
A galaxy
sorry.
would be, yeah. So universe and galaxies where lots of balls are spinning around other balls. That's kind of like the galactic model. So that all takes place in the vacuum, ever expanding vacuum of space. We understand that the vacuum of space can't be real. So the things that they tell us exist in the vacuum of space also can't be real. For example, if we look at Mars, which has got an atmosphere around it the same as the Earth, that can't exist. If we look at Jupiter and Saturn, which are uncontained giant balls of gas, we understand that that can't exist because you can't have uncontained giant balls of gas in vacuums.
Mm-hmm. What would you classify the sun as in that case?
Absolutely no idea what the sun is.
I mean,
You'll
it really.
So,
Well, just let me say something. Like I
yeah,
know
go.
you've heard all these stories about what's in the sky, right? These stories have existed for thousands of years. In every generation and culture and community of people in the past, they all thought that their explanation was the right one. And we're no different. Oh, those little smudges. Oh, those are galaxies. They're full of stars. We can't see the individual stars, but we can see the smudge. So I just want to bring this up because galaxies in the beginning, right, they were thought to be nebula. So like what people thought galaxies were over time changed drastically. Only now do we think it's something that's full of a bunch of stars. But in the past, they thought that they were transient, right? And one of the reasons they thought they were transient is because the guy that discovered them, like discovered the most of them, right? They did see some in what they call, the alleged northern hemisphere. But this guy, he went to the so-called southern hemisphere, and he's like, oh, he recorded 200 of them. But then when other people went down there, they didn't see him anymore. So for a while, they thought they trusted the guy instead of saying he just made the shit up. So astronomy for like 50 years was like, these galaxies are transient, they disappear. Right? And only when we got like radio telescopes and they detected like what's called quasars, right? And they seem to be coming from this, right? These pulses, these regular radio pulses. We get radio waves from these areas of the sky regularly at regular intervals. Once we got that information, they were like, oh shit, there must be stars there. Well, we need a theory of how there can be a star in this smudge. We can't see the star, but it's regularly pulsing. So they came up with an idea that, well, it's spinning really fast. And every time it spins, it's like a lighthouse, right? It's jetting radio waves in a certain direction. And as it spins, it's like a lighthouse, and we're seeing the light whip by over and over again, right? Think about a lighthouse. Lighthouse spins, right? And every once in a while you see the light come around, then it goes away, then it comes around again. So they use this idea, the idea of a lighthouse, to explain. Like, so there's a whole series of like theories and stories and hypotheses of what they are and what they're doing and this, that, and the other thing. But
Well, at
in
the end of the
reality,
day,
in
we're all-
reality, they're just stories, right?
Oh
They're
yeah, we're all
just
just trying to like
because
find
they're
things to.
inaccessible technically. So the whole
Yeah.
idea of them is built on things like the cosmic distance ladder and theories of stellar aberration and all these like theories of X causes Y, but none of them can be experimentally tested. So like, okay, radio waves are coming out of this smudge. What causes that? How can you ever actually test that? You can't
You
test
can
it with
pick
an
up radio
experiment,
waves.
right? You can't like
Use a radio
scale it
receiver.
down and make an experiment.
If you use a
Who says
radio
Yeah.
wave, it uses like waves to make sound.
Oh, Socialist Union, are you a flat earther too?
No.
The only
Oh.
radio waves they can make sounds if they're beamed into your skull. And that's actually
No, they won't make sound. They'll be silent.
no, they
Guess
actually
I'm like,
make sound in your skull. That was tested back in the frickin' 40s. There's actually U.S. government frickin' what do you call it? Public films on it.
You would have to have an incredibly intense beam to cause that. It would mostly go through like radio waves are extremely low energy light waves, right? They pretty much do
It
not
has to be
impart
the right
much energy on
frequency.
you.
It has to be the right frequency, and it causes like an oscillation or something in your skull. That is
Those like the
translated
things
into your
that
ear as a sound. They've tested this. They actually counted 1, 2, 3 into somebody's skull by beaming radio waves into their head.
I think that's unlikely. I mean, it's possible you have like certain frequencies that can cause like certain like
yeah, like the shit
oscillations
they
in
did in
certain
Cuba, dude.
particles, like microwaves, for example. So they work on a certain frequency. That's why they can heat up food. But most microwaves just pass straight through you without.
I mean, you say
affecting you.
you're conjecturing. I'm not like conjecturing. I know it's possible because I've
Send me
seen
the
the
link.
fucking
Send me the
government
link.
films on it.
Microwaves do not go right through you. They
I
usually
didn't say
absorb by your
microwaves. I
body.
said radio waves.
Microwaves
Ryan,
are
you're
like the second weakest light waves. Like they're low energy.
Wait, sorry, just
Low energy.
gonna
But
pause.
hold on. When you say low energy, that is almost meaningless, right? So like, energy doesn't mean anything unless it has the ability to do work. Believe me, if I took you and I threw you in front of a radar fucking antenna, you'd cook like a chicken.
Depend what kind of radar you have. If it was incredibly intense beam, probably possibly, but if it was, if you cut like a gamma ray, it would do a lot more damage to you than that radio wave.
Gamma rays go right through you, bro.
I mean, visible light has more energy than microwaves and radio waves, so it actually does more damage to you than a microwave.
So the
or radio
equation
wave.
for I don't want to get super technical, dude, but yeah, in the equation of frickin' the reduced Planck's constant times the frequency equals the energy. Yeah, in that equation it has more quote unquote energy, but its ability to do work is not more. It depends on the material that it's interacting with, right? So there's the light matter coupling or electromagnetic radiation coupling, and that translates into its ability to do work.
Sure. Do you know about this? Then why are you saying weird stuff about radio waves?
Because I've seen the government fucking documentaries on it. They're in black and white. They're from the U.S. Navy. They're from the
History Channel?
1940s.
And you really trust the government that much to blatantly
Oh Jesus,
just
dude! It's
provide
patented,
that
dude.
evidence?
It's well known that they can do this. I've actually seen something even recently about it. That they
Is
can
Ryan
beam
still on?
sound into the heads of human fucking beings, dude.
Well, I mean, yeah, you can do that. You can just put a speaker next to you and play sound.
Can I
It
quickly?
beams it into your
No,
head.
with
to the
electromagnetic
rays.
radiation, it's called electron phonon coupling or photon phonon coupling. If you want the technical
Sorry,
term.
this is like.
I'll look this up.
Sorry, this is totally like off topic, but
Yeah, I
Ryan,
know
your
it is.
profile
That's his.
picture is
That's his
so
point.
cute.
It's the
No,
point
no,
is to
sorry.
derail.
Sorry, I didn't mean to like derail.
No, not you. His point is to derail.
Oh, no, I just thought Ryan's profile picture was really cute because it's a cat. Really cute cat.
Thanks.
Okay.
So,
So Orion was gonna say something about this. He probably knows more.
Oh, I was just gonna simply say, crap, I forgot what I was gonna say.
Okay, maybe you don't know her. Anyway, my whole point is.
Oh wait! Hold on! I
Oh.
did remember what I was gonna say. He was just saying some off the cuff comment to you like, oh well, why would you believe the government with that? Blah 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 blah. And I just wanted to simply make the point to him. You know, you can use your own discernment, and the question you should ask yourself is, what reason do you have to doubt something? Like someone can tell you something, and you can hear something from one source about one subject, or from another source about another subject. But the question you got to ask yourself is, what reason do you have to doubt the source or doubt what some source is telling you about something? Because the thing is, if you have a reason to doubt it, then you should investigate it further. And if you can't prove it to be true, then you should doubt it to be true. Like the Earth being a ball, take for instance. I doubt that the Earth is a ball. But I'm just saying, like, if you don't have any reason to doubt it, then doubting it just makes you an idiot.
Look, and saying, why do you believe the government about that? That's like an all or nothing fallacy. It's not believe everything the government says or believe nothing the government says. When the government says you're under arrest, they're not lying. You are under arrest. That's not a fucking story. Okay? So the government tells the truth. The government lies. They willy-nilly and arbitrarily, depending on the particular government official, pick and choose what they're going to lie or not lie about. But I don't think the government has an official, like, statement on what the shape of the Earth is. That would come out of the Secretary of State, and I don't ever think that resolution passed Congress or Congress passed a resolution. Yes, the official position of the United States government is that the Earth's a globe. Sign it.
I've got to head
So
off.
has every
But
other
thank you
nation
so
on
much
Earth
for
done
your
that? I mean, you go to China and say Xi Jinping is the Earth around, they say yes.
Hey,
You go to
Yeah, they also
Russia and
show a
ask
flat
Vladimir
Earth.
Putin
They also
what's
show a
happening
flat
in
Earth from
the
their
USA,
space
or say
stations.
is the Earth round, or say yes. Are
Yeah,
they
so
all these
you don't know what they'll
anti-US
say.
government?
You don't know what they'll say. You're just making that up. And why does China show a flat Earth from their space station? Go ask yourself that.
Hey, I gotta get off, but thank you for letting me
Okay.
interview you.
Interview me?
Or I guess like ask all the questions.
So where do I
Not
find it on the internet?
It won't be on the internet. I don't
Okay,
like
when you
make
say
blogs.
interview, now I think you're working for a fucking newspaper or something.
Oh, no. Okay. I am a 17-year-old girl. I'm not working for like.
Well, it could be your school paper. I don't know.
A flat earther now?
Oh, true. You're right. Oh, I guess I could be. You would never know.
Put
Ha
it in a
ha
school
ha.
paper. Flat Earth says space is fake. Signed
I
Indio.
should. You're right. I should because I have to do college essays, and I think I should write one of my college essays on why I think the Earth is flat.
Prepare for some blowback.
Yeah, I think the colleges
Oh,
would actually really like that if you said that.
yeah. Truth, is that you in your profile picture?
Yeah, that's me.
Don't be
You know what
needy.
you can do? You could be the
That's
first
interesting.
person to accurately represent the controversy. Actually write down what flat earthers actually think, and write down
Yeah.
what globe earthers actually say as reputations to what flat earthers think, and then write down our reputations and their reputations to our reputations, right? So there's like a fake flat earth debate, I guess you'd say,
Yeah.
where there's a straw man flat earth, right? Earth is a space disk accelerating up at 9.8 meters per second. There's 2 suns, 2 moons, there's a fucking dome, there's like elephants all the way down, that all sorts of shit, right? That no flat earther believes in any of that stuff. But that's not we deal with people. There's so-called anti-flat earthers that oppose flat earth. They know that we don't think any of that stuff, and they're in this Discord. They're in our Discord. They're on Twitter. They're on Facebook. They're all over the place. So they actually oppose our arguments, and they typically, most of the time, deal with the substance of our arguments, and it's actually a debate. So that dialogue has never been accurately captured in any media I've ever seen. Not on TV, not in a print media, not anywhere.
Okay. Yeah.
If you want to
Just get
reference,
like a
there's
real.
plenty. We have plenty of debates on. If you go on YouTube and type in 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, we got something like 3,000 plus fucking episodes going back 4 years that run 11 hours. We've debated PhDs in physics, astrophysics, cosmology, geology, geography, fucking so-called satellite engineers, you name it. People from NASA, like we've debated every, everybody.
Yeah. You just talk to everyone
Yeah,
and try to get like push like an unbiased view about like flat earthers and what they represent.
all we deal with, like, what can you objectively prove, right? So what can you actually prove? And you have to think about, how do you actually prove something to somebody? If I wanted to prove something to you, how could I actually do it? Can I tell you a story?
Yeah.
Or should it be like, he said, yeah, I'm Santa Claus. Let me tell you a story. I mean, that's not proof, right? So to prove something to somebody, you have to
Oh, sorry. I
do a
thought you were
practical,
telling like
you do a
asking me.
practical demonstration, right? If I want
Yeah.
to
Sorry.
prove
I
that
thought.
if I drop fire or water boils at 100 degrees Fahrenheit, right? If you apply heat to it at standard air pressure, if I demonstrated it to you in front of your face, that would prove it to you, right?
Mhm.
Okay,
Yeah, I'd
so
be totally convinced.
okay, yeah. So that's how you actually prove something to somebody. Science deals with materials, right? Physics,
Yeah.
biology, chemistry. Doesn't deal with like just staring into the sky through a fucking telescope and making up stories. That's not science.
Yeah. I get it. Oh, Charlie, you look so cute.
That is
Little
science.
cat.
Okay, yeah. So if I look at Pornhub through a telescope, is that science too?
Yeah, I mean, you can apply science to any field,
Really?
including sex.
Apply
Well, you
science
know
to
that
my favorite color.
Yeah, you can.
Guess
Science is
you could.
Do it.
universal. You give a
Do it.
subject, you can apply science to it.
Yeah, do it.
Oh my goodness, where'd he take his toy? Charlie, where'd you take your little worm?
Science doesn't
Oh,
apply to subjective things.
Of course it
Unless
does.
the science, well, if you're trying to quantify or survey subjective opinions on a particular subject, yes, you can do objective measures of people's subjective opinion, but science can't be based upon subjectivity, because then it's subject to interpretation, and then there's no foundation, right? Then it's wishy-washy.
Well, I mean, ultimately, scientists are the ones who analyze the empirical evidence, and they have to use a rationalized system plus science to make a concrete theory about
They
something
have to. What makes you think
that
that?
matches how the world works.
oh yeah. Sorry, I didn't
They
realize that.
have to. That's what. Why do you think that? What do you mean they have to?
What do you mean?
You said they had. You said they look at the objective evidence, right? The empirical evidence, and then they make a rational uh, theory about what that evidence means. You said they
Yeah,
have to. No, they don't have to. They don't all the time.
it requires a subject to interpret the science. Do you not agree?
To interpret. Well, interpretation is not rational.
I agree, but there's no science without scientists. I mean, the world does exist, sure, if humans didn't
There's
exist.
no science without scientists. Jesus Christ, dude.
Well,
That is literally the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
well, it's a human thing, right? If there are no
Yeah,
humans around, there's no social institution of science.
when you cross the street, do you look both ways?
Yeah,
Why do you look both ways?
because there's probably cars coming.
How did you come to that conclusion? What's bad about a car coming?
It's going to kill you or end you
Why would it kill you? Why would it cause your death?
because
How
they're
did you
rushing
come
and
to the
joking.
conclusion
No,
of that
that's the
cause and
case.
effect relationship when you were 5 before you were a scientist?
Sure.
Huh?
Your point?
My point is, science determines cause and effect relationships through experimentation, and other people have done that experiment of crossing the street without looking, and that caused their death, right? Those people weren't scientists. When you actually apply the same cause and effect relationship for you to cross the street safely, you're also not a scientist, but you're doing science. You're doing the scientific method.
Well, the simplest form of discovering truth is through trial and error. Right? Anyone can do trial and error. Right? Science is a more refined method that took thousands of years to establish.
That's literal horseshit, dude. That's literal horseshit.
Oh, is that horseshit?
It's ahistorical nonsense, dude.
It's
It's
like, for example, if you read
ahistorical.
Newton's Principia, it's called natural philosophy.
I'm well aware of it. So what's Newton's definition of mass in the Principia?
I don't remember exactly, but do you?
Yes.
Okay,
It's the
what is
amount
the
of matter
definition?
per volume.
Okay, I mean that makes sense. Sounds like
That's
density.
not accurate. So he was wrong.
Matter per volume. I mean that's
Yeah,
density.
matter
What was
per
wrong
unit
about
volume, right? That's mass. That's like the matter in a volume. So the sum of the matter in any particular volume.
it? Okay, it's a more refined way of saying it.
Current definition is the resistance to acceleration.
That's what all mass has, yeah.
No, that's the definition. That's what mass is. Not what mass has. That's what it is. So mass is the property of matter. Matter has this property. Mass is its resistance to acceleration.
Yeah.
So the whole paradigm changed with Einstein and what the definition of mass was. All right, the whole thing changed. Newton didn't even believe his own theory of gravity. He even said it. He said, "Don't anyone ascribe innate gravity to me. No one in their right mind would ever believe in such a fucking thing."
There were problems in his theory, like they had infinities and singularities, which he knew, or which suggested it wasn't a complete theory. Anytime you have infinities and singularities, it tends to be an incomplete theory.
The point was, Newton used a lot of trial and error, right? Newton invented his
Sure.
Newtonian reflector. Newton did experiments with prisms. All experiments are done with trial and error. You don't come to the right experiment immediately. Saying human beings to science don't use trial and error because we have more sophisticated methods is silly, dude. Completely just absolutely silly.
But trial and error is the most simplest form of discovering truth. But there's obviously more of sophisticated forms, from the various human knowledge fields.
Can
One
you
of
give
them
me an
is
example
science,
of a
another one
more
is philosophy. Philosophy existed before science, like science, you could argue there's such things proto-science, but originally it was philosophy, and about like the last 500 years, you sort of had a separation between the specialist sciences and philosophy. They're still connected, but only came about with advanced technology. Industrial revolution, all kinds of things.
science itself is an offshoot of metaphysics. So the people at the time, so there was a lot of metaphysical ideas, right? There was Democritus, there's Epicurus, there's frickin' Plato, there's the sophists, there's Pythagoras, there's Axiomander, there's all these Greeks, right? They all have these ideas about what the universe is from a metaphysical point of view, not a religious point of view. This is kind of like an agnostic or godless, because their ideas of gods are completely different than our idea of gods. Gods to them are basically fucking humans that couldn't die, but they had a lot of fucking psychological fucking issues. So that was their idea of a god. But the universe itself was a separate thing from them. They didn't like create the universe or anything like that. They were actors in the universe. Think of it as kind of like angels or something like that, or fucking demons, whichever, whatever mood they were in. Point is, science was invented because people were trying to prove their metaphysical theories through science. So it's really funny that a lot of these metaphysical theories that were invented in the 300 BC are the current so-called truth of science. Now,
Well, that's because you know,
they're good
if we're talking about
guessers.
well, yeah, I mean, it was a good hypothesis that
They
the
didn't, but they
ancient
had no
Egyptians
data
thought.
to support their hypothesis.
Well, they had limited evidence, you know, through philosophical reasoning and obviously
What was
looking
the
at the
evidence for
world.
the atom in 325 BC?
If you're talking about the ancient atomists, who I thought you were referring to, and they could see like world around them, they could say, well, if I tried to split up the world into its smallest components, I might get the smallest part, which would be like an atom, you know, or atomos, and everything is composed of that in various forms. And there's a nice work called Lucretius, The Nature of Things, which goes through this whole conception. I think it was published 300 AD, if I'm not correct. But yeah, it goes over the ancient atomist conception, and that is a modern foundation of materialist theory, one of the first well-known materialist theories in history.
Yeah. Okay. So the point is, they thought that there was an indivisible unit from which all things were made of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ancient atoms. Yeah.
They had no evidence of that.
Well, I mean,
They didn't
obviously,
invent a
through
microscope. You got to
experience.
remember, the number 0 didn't even exist at this time. That's right. They didn't have the number 0. The Greeks at this time didn't even use 360 degrees to describe a circle. They only subdivided circles into 12. You're not comprehending how archaic these people were.
Yeah, but also they're pretty advanced
So
at the
how did
same
they come up
time.
with a modern theory for 2,000 years ago? Luck?
I mean, you've
Any
read through
other
most
any
of
other
them.
theories that have survived this long that you can think of?
The fact that theories have
Ideas.
survived so much suggests they're pretty robust.
Well, any ideas from like 325 that have survived for they're not robust. Called confirmation bias and cherry picking. Right. So
Plato,
you
ancient
use
atomism.
confirmation bias and cherry picking to support your metaphysical ideas. Right. You have a philosophical idea such as Platonism, Neoplatonism. Right. You have an idea about the nature of reality, and then you cherry pick and you use confirmation bias and ignore all evidence that does not support it, all logic that doesn't support it, all rationality that doesn't support it, and you just, trudge forward. March on, soldier. We're going to pretend nothing else exists.
Oh, I mean, every philosophical trend in history is a kernel of truth, and we just have to synthesize it through materialist lens. Platonism, Aristotle, Stoicism, ancient atomism, and a bunch of other philosophers from Greek and Roman times. They weren't all just delusional. They did have some truths that we could learn from, but you have to separate truth from falsehood.
What makes you think materialism isn't even an accurate description? Even you just gave away your own game.
Well, yeah, I mean,
When you
materialism
said
is the
materialist, you
foundation of
have to look at it
science.
through a materialist lens. You literally just admitted you're looking at the world through what I just said. You yourself are using confirmation and bias and cherry picking. If you look at the world through a materialist lens, you won't even look, right? So you see what you look for. You won't even look at non-materialist hypotheses.
I do. And I've seen them to be false.
How do you see them be false if you can't see them?
Well, I mean, you can, classical theories, I mean, for example, the soul. The soul's a pretty heavily debunked notion in philosophy. I mean, modern theologians stick to it, but I mean, there's a bunch of philosophical thought experiments against notion of soul plus science experiments. I mean,
the
one
soul doesn't
one of
actually
them
come
is
from
if God changed the soul every night, would you notice? No, because so it's just it has no impact on the world. Then why are you postulating it?
Well, first of all, the idea of a soul comes from Greek Neoplatonism when they co-opted, the Christian church. Doesn't originate in Christianity. It originates in Greek metaphysics. So I don't even know why you brought that up. That's just like Greeks
I
versus
mean,
Greeks.
Christianity had a lot of inspiration from Plato and Aristotle. Sure.
Yeah, all that shit was co-opted because the Greeks did the translations and they tried to insert their own freaking cultural ideas into it. I mean, it's Western civilization. It's kind of an amalgam of, shit.
Yeah. I mean, it's an amalgamation of many different cultures, philosophies, histories all over the world, including Europe.
So, okay. Can you try? You said there's no evidence of a non-materialistic viewpoint. What about the mind? Does the mind exist independently of the brain?
Mind is your brain. It's just another word for your brain.
Okay. So they've done this experiment, right? Where this is a test. They say, we want you to push the button when the timer counts down to 10. Right? So and they'll hook them up to a monitor where they measure, functional MRI, brain, fucking, what do you call it? EEG signals, right? Beta waves, alpha waves, gamma waves, all that crap, right? You find that before they're about to touch the button, they'll get an impulse before they actually do anything. But if they reverse the test and say, we want you not to decide right before you're going to touch the button whether you're going to or not. When they decide that they're not going to do it, there's no pre-signal. Now remember, this is a decision. They're deciding on their own, independent of the examiner, whether they're going to push the button or not. It makes it completely voluntary. Push the button, don't push the button. They push the button, they get a pre-signal. They don't push the button. They decide in their brain, supposedly according to you, in their brain, materialistically, neurons, synapses, all this shit firing, right? Making decisions in a neural network. If they decide not to do it, there's no detectable signal in this neural network. Nothing happens.
Yeah, that's what you would expect. If
Who's
you have
you?
like the
Who's you? Who's you? I've been waiting for someone to say that to me again. What you'd expect. No, it's what you'd expect, not what I'd expect.
Well,
Don't speak for anybody else. Speak for yourself.
Okay, well, okay.
That's a propaganda gimmick that I can't stand, dude. Like, sorry, dude, to take it out on you, dude, but I can't stand that shit. When people say what you'd expect, that's bullshit.
Well, what do you expect from the experiment?
I expect a pre-signal, just like when you have the intention to do something or not do something, right? Because the thought process, right, is triggering an action, right, and motor action to move or not move. Standing still is an action too.
Right, but the difference is that can take less computational power than doing the action. So, for example, there probably is a signal regulating non-movement. It's just that they couldn't detect it. But what they did detect is a very strong signal for pushing the button, and hence
That's a
why
crazy cope, man. That's a crazy cope.
That's not a crazy cope. Come on, man.
Yeah, it is a crazy cope. Oh, it's just undetectable.
Well,
it is detectable because afterwards, you know that the guy decided not to do something. The signal was detected ex post facto. There was a signal. The button wasn't pushed. There wasn't a signal in the brain. The signal was in the mind. In the mind, causing inaction. It's not in the brain. There's no evidence it's in the brain.
Well,
that's what you're just saying. It's in the brain because I have a materialistic viewpoint. This is exactly what I'm talking about. You prove my whole point right now. Confirmation bias and cherry picking and constructing a narrative to support your materialistic worldview of, yes, there must have been a signal. It's just a magic invisible signal. We can only detect signals that are affirmative actions. We can't detect negatives. But the materialistic viewpoint says that the neurological action of thinking is happening in the brain, and the person is actively thinking on whether to do something or not. So that thinking process, right? Functional MRI, that means the blood flow to particular parts of the brain, right, that are being activated, right? They're not detecting that either.
Right, but some signals can be stronger than others. For example, if I have to
I
move my
agree.
body, I have to trigger the motor system, the peripheral nervous system, to move my hand. That's going to take a lot more neural impulses than just staying still, right? I just have to keep my muscles in place. You're probably going to get less
No,
of.
it's a pre-impulse. That's what you're not getting. It's a pre-impulse. So before the action happens, there's a time period where the brain activity happens, right? So they can predict whether somebody's going to do something in the future based upon the brain activity.
Yeah.
So the brain activity precedes by I think it's over a second. If I remember right, it's like something like 3 seconds. It's a long time. It's not like some instantaneous thing.
Oh, yeah, the brain has to plan what it does before it executes the action.
Well, okay, so that's all water under the bridge. You said that you have no evidence that a non-materialistic viewpoint has any support. I just gave you evidence. You have no evidence to the contrary, other than a cope, right?
You could use
Yeah,
that
other
evidence
than a
against
cope, dude. Other than it may be, there's no evidence that the signal was too low. Is there any evidence that the signal was too low to detect? Yes or no?
Have you heard about?
Yeah, you can't answer the question. Is there
Okay,
any
no. Well,
evidence
I
for
was.
that?
Well,
Dude.
I don't know. You have to give me like the specific like study, like. But I can tell you other examples. For example, have you? They put like electrodes in cats' brains, and they can literally see what they're seeing, like visually. Have you heard about that?
I don't. I might disagree with literally see what they're seeing.
It's on YouTube. You can watch
I
it.
know about. Listen, I know about how neural networks, how advances in computer vision were advanced by experiments with cats and how they differentiated how a cat constructs a visual image, and basically they replicated that in neural networks to improve computer vision schemes that happened, I think, about 12 years ago. So I know about that. Whether they've actually reconstructed the image of a cat from neural activity, I don't know about that. I'd have to see that, and like I don't know what the fidelity of the image is.
Yeah, yeah. I
They use
mean,
a
it's
neural
pretty
network to
funny.
reconnect it to do it, or is it direct like neuron to fucking RGB screen?
Well, the image they got, funny enough, if you look at the YouTube video, it's sort of when the cat looks at like humans, it's sort of like it was like an image of a person, but like the person had like a very fuzzy cat-like face, which was interesting, which would be expected, I guess, because pattern recognition in cats would be a preference towards recognizing
Cat-like
cat faces.
face.
But there's also been other things, for example,
I think
like
the cat has a fetish. That's what I think.
well, yeah, I mean, a cat probably has preferences for pattern recognition of cat faces, but there's also been other things. For example, they've managed to transcribe audio signals from brains, literally
Yeah,
decoding
I've seen the
people's
Pink Floyd thing. I
internal
mean,
monologue.
that
That's been done.
yeah, I've seen that, dude. To me, that's pareidolia. It doesn't have enough fidelity to really draw a conclusion.
I mean, you can listen to the audio clip.
I
You
have,
can hear
but
like a
that's
voice.
subjective, right? That's me interpreting it.
I mean, it sounds
I
like
could show.
their
Listen,
internal
I could
monologue.
show
It's
you.
like
I could show
with a
you a
lot of
video,
noise
right?
in, but you can definitely
Oh,
make
hold
out
on.
like a voice.
I could show you a video where it's a group of people, a crowd. They play the audio, and they're saying. He tells them the phrase is this is that they're saying. Okay, he goes, now watch this, and then he shows two different words on the screen, and it sounds like they're saying that. Then he shows two other different words, and it sounds like they're saying that. Then he shows two other different words. So our interpretation is partly driven by expectation. We know this of how people communicate. Not only do you hear the words, so this is a lot of time miscommunication happens, is that you're expecting words based upon the words before. You're almost predicting and anticipating what words should follow. Right? So people often hear the wrong thing or don't hear the correct thing or don't correctly hear what was said or transpose them or have wishful thinking, right? So To me, to
Oh, there's
listen
also
subjectively to an audio tape and say, "Oh, this person said this," it's subjective.
well, they got the sound decoding from looking at the neural activity and making them look at a bunch of words.
Well, I'd have to look at the details.
There's a lot of advanced stuff they can do with neuroscience today. I mean, yeah,
Yeah, you can
not
get right into
underestimate
the
it.
fucking transhumanist, singularity, man. Go back to your brain in a jar.
I mean, I am a transhumanist, but
Jesus Christ, I
I
never
don't
could
know. I
have figured
mean,
that out.
well, what's wrong with that? Don't you want to be like a ripped six-pack person with 10,000 IQ?
Well, I got the RIP 6-pack. IQ is like 2 orders of magnitude lower than that, at least.
Well, yeah, but you'd have a six-pack that could lift up cars.
Yeah, in a virtual world.
No, in real life, if you really refined the muscle system hard enough, you could also do things like breathe under, hold your breath for 30 minutes quite easily. You modified, well, if you
And
had
so
like
we're
certain
breaking the second law of
nanoparticles that made it
thermodynamics.
more
Like,
efficient than our red blood cells.
well, let me ask you this: do you think human beings have created life in a lab?
Repeat the question, sir.
Do you think human beings have created life in a lab?
Depends what you mean by that. They have like created
Ab
like
initio. Got a bunch of chemicals, molecules, whatever. None of them are have a biological origin, and then they created life from them.
yeah, the Milli experiment.
That wasn't life, dude.
Well, yeah, but they
Amino acids
created
are not
like,
alive by any stretch of the
well,
imagination.
yeah, but that's like the basis of biology. They have done like
You're
other things.
all in, dude. You're really in the cult, bro. You should actually look a little bit deeper into what you believe.
I do. Well, what are you trying to say?
No, deeper. Not the fucking shit on the Discovery Channel or whatever you watch over there in Europe.
That's quite funny. I don't really watch like documentaries anymore. I usually watch highly theoretical stuff.
Go watch James Tour. He's a synthetic chemist. He's one of the most published fucking chemists in the fucking world. He's considered one of the top 3 chemists of the last 100 years. He invented the nano car. You know what the nano car is? It's a molecular motor nano car. They had fucking races with them and shit. So he's very
Yeah. I
accomplished.
mean, I've heard of it.
So go watch his shit on abiogenesis. You're not going to feel the same way as you feel that we're
I
so
mean,
far to being able to create life in a lab. It's mind blowing.
well, I
Just from
mean,
the
they have
fact
done.
that almost all the molecules in the human body are chiral and they're right-handed, or they're left-handed. Sorry, and we don't know how to do that. So we can't make lipids, carbohydrates, proteins, freaking pentose. We can't make any of that shit. Anything that the human body that's in the human body, we pretty much
That's
can't
not true.
make.
I mean,
Okay.
you can like gene edit cells to manufacture insulin and all the kinds of
Yeah,
stuff.
but the
Like any
biological system
molecule
is
that your body
manufacturing it.
can create, you can make a cell to make it and extract it.
But we can't make a cell. So you already have a pre-existing biological system that's doing the stuff for you. But we can't do that in the lab. We can't say we're going to mimic this biological system in the lab and we're going to make it ourselves.
I mean, what you can understand how a cell works. Why make your life hard and say, you know what, I'm going to try to build atom by atom life? Like that's a difficult task. Yeah, sure. Why not use pre-existing things to discover how life works exactly?
We have to use we don't even have an option. See,
Well, yeah,
dude, you really have to look into the subject. The odds of a single protein forming by chance is something like if you have all the amino acids that are in the universe available, mixed together, right? And they're randomly forming together, like they're randomly attaching and detaching, whatever. The odds of a single protein forming by chance is 10 to the power of 167 zeros.
Look, I mean, I don't know where you get that number from, but yeah, it's common enough that we exist.
The exponent. It's not. This isn't a controversial number. This number comes from science. It doesn't come from me.
Sure, but I don't know what like reference they're using.
It's like go on the Google or go on YouTube and type in odds of a single protein forming by chance.
Okay, and what's your point with the example that it can be done?
The point is we can't do it in a lab. We don't know how to do it. We don't know how to direct it. We don't know how to take a bunch of amino acids, chain them together, all in the right-handed, right? So a protein is a branch, a chain of amino acids, all connected to each other, right? In a certain way to form a protein, right? We don't know how to do that. We could take a protein and disassemble it and say, yes, this protein is made up of fucking, alanine, taurine, lysine, yada, 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 right? And we might be able to get part of the structure. We get a complete amino acid, but we have no idea how to build it in the first place.
I mean,
that's what I'm trying to tell you. So, listen, to think that, like, you can use Uri Miller, right? And you can just randomly generate some, right? And not even in the purity necessary to even form a protein, because the purity was something like 0.001% or something amino acid with a bunch of other bullshit mixed into it, right? That is useless, right? Which is also going to cross react and chemical react, and plus the amino acids are going to degrade and all those other things. So but leaving that aside, right? Even if you had all the necessary components, you can't even get to a single protein. It's the odds of forming a cell where you have hundreds of proteins. Plus, you need the RNA, you need the DNA, you need the lipid, you need the bilipid layer, you need all these other things that we know nothing of how to create. Not a thing.
Not entirely true.
You
I
just
mean,
you think you're gonna fucking be Bionic Man and you're gonna swim underwater when we can't figure out even the most basic shit. That's why I
But
said
this is not
you're
like
way in, dude. You're like deep. You're deep into the scientism cult, dude. You need to be deprogrammed. Jim Jones's juice wouldn't fucking bring you out of it.
number one, you don't necessarily have to recreate something to understand it. You can simply use pre-existing biology, as I expressed, and create proteins and molecules out of that. And if you really want to, you can, use those pre-existing things to create synthetic cells, and they've done things like that. For example, they created synthetic alternatives to DNA. They've done stuff like, they've taken frog cells, deconstruct them, then reconstruct them, and created their own unique kind of life, which had like got a unique behavior, which could do things like replicating other cells, which was quite unexpected when they did that. There's a bunch of things that they can do that are pretty fancy.
And that sounded like trial and error, bro.
Well, trial and error is a part of it, but this is science. This is like a laboratory doing these things. These are not idiots doing these things.
Well, methodical trial and error is still trial and error.
Sure, you can
So-
discover truth to trial and error.
So the
It's like
latest
still doing
hotness
these
is
things.
the morphology, right? The morphology of a biological organism has nothing to do with the genetic code.
What do you mean by that?
The shape. So you have a frog, right? Frog's a tadpole, then it becomes a frog, right? Egg, tadpole, frog. That morphology, its body shape and how it changes, is not in the genetic code.
Well, it's arguable, but what does
Not
happen is the
arguable because they've made hybrids, right? Where they take something called an oxalotl and they mix it with a frog, right? So when they take the oxalotl DNA and they stick it into the frog, or they take an embryo, they take out the genetic material, they stick in oxalotl genetic material, they stick in frog genetic material. Now what is it? What does it become? A frog or an oxalotl or an oxafrogalotl? Frogalotl. What does it become? You have no idea. You can't even make a prediction because no one has any idea.
Oh, okay. Well, you want like if you take you're talking about taking like a foreign species DNA, like
We're
a
talking about
mice and a human sperm or egg and combining together. Is
no,
that what
not
you're
like
asking
that.
about?
Just doing nuclear replacement.
Well, okay. I'll tell you what happened because I know this. Right? If you got like, for example, two mammals, for example, you had like let's say mice sperm and a human female egg. If you combine them together, there's a couple of things that can happen. Number one, what can start happening is the egg will start like splitting, but then at some point it will freeze. Number two, nothing can happen. Yeah, and there's that's what you get. But the one where like it comes together and it starts replicating and freezing is most interesting because they don't know that two different species that actually occurred.
Well, there's a guy named Michael Levin. So, like, if you're really interested in this, it's pretty cool. It blew my mind. He's done a whole bunch of experiments of this type, mixing an oxalotl with a frog to try and figure out, because oxalotls will regrow things that are cut off. It's basically like a salamander. So to regrow things that are cut off. So he wanted to know, like, if I freaking mix the DNA with a frog DNA and I start cutting it apart, like, will it start growing back pieces? Well, yeah, it will. Frog will start growing back pieces. A frog will start regenerating limbs. And so they decided to, they end up using these freaking flatworms, right? So when you chop up these flatworms, you chop it in half, and the tail half will grow a head, and the head half will grow a tail. And if you chop those in pieces, you can chop them. I think the guy said the record was something like 200 something pieces. You can chop these things in, and it'll grow back a whole flatworm. Well, Saturday Dave's curious about this, so they decided that they were gonna use fluorescence to determine fluorescence in the cells to determine like what the electric field was. That told it where to go. And basically, they can see the electric field before. Basically, they can see an image of the electric field of the shape it will become before it becomes it. Right? So if
Yeah,
you
I've
have
heard
a
about
frog
that.
head, right? So in their scan, they'll see a frog head. There's no frog head there yet. It hasn't grown into the frog head. But they'll see the outline shape of the frog head in different electric field intensities where different particular types of cells are supposed to go. Even though it's not there yet. You understand? Ever seen Carillion
Yeah.
photography? You know,
I've seen
Carillion.
that. I've heard of that. Yeah.
Yeah, so when they like chop off a plant, right, it'll leave an outline of an electromag
Yeah, that's pretty cool stuff. Yeah, that's
yeah, so
interesting
this is
stuff.
kind of like the same thing, only in reverse. It's wasn't cut in half, and it doesn't have a missing part, the part that hasn't like appeared yet. She's done all of these types of experiments. So the point is that none of this body plan is in the genetic code itself. The genetic code only tells it to make proteins. But how do you know what proteins to make? Because different cells require different types of proteins. So I want to be a fucking epithelial cell. I need this particular proteins. I need this particular nucleus. I need this particular freaking enzymes. You need all the particulars for that particular type of cell. And then you need all the singling shit because there's going to be cells next to you because you have cellular differentiation and they know what they're going to be, right? So they need to know what they're going to be so that they can manufacture proteins in their DNA to make them function correctly, right? So the overall body plan, like when to start growing and when to stop growing, right? So how do I know? Like I chop off a leg. How do I know my leg is long enough? Why don't I just keep growing the leg farther, or grow another freaking finger, or like when? How do I know when to stop? None of that information is in the DNA. Nobody knows where any of that information is actually stored or how it's stored. So one of the things they also did with one of these flatworms, right, is that they altered the electric field surrounding. They cut the flatworm in half. They altered the electric field to the so you had a flatworm, right? They chopped it in half. So the head half was supposed to grow a tail. But instead, what they did is they subjected the head half to the electric field that they usually saw when the thing would grow another head, and it grew a two-headed flatworm. Well, they're like, fuck, why stop there? So they grew a three-headed flatworm. So here's the fucked up part.
Yeah, I've heard
When
that.
they
I watched
chopped
this
that in those
thing.
pieces in half, those pieces grew three-headed flatworms. They didn't go back to the original flatworm. There was no change in genetic material.
Well, they're obviously, the genetic material does play a role. It's a unified system, so there's going to be interplay of cells, as you say, intercellular communication.
Where's the
There's going
information
to be an
stored?
interplay of like genetic material, proteins,
Okay,
and
where's
the
the
electrical
information
fields which
stored?
go between them and firing in certain patterns to say, we need to do this, we need to do this, we need to do this, and they'll say, okay, this cell's here, and I'm getting this signal, so I'll do this, and then you do that, and etc. etc. Right? So it's an interplay of all of them, right, including genetics.
Okay,
Right.
where's the information stored to make the three-headed tapeworm?
Well, it's not about the information. It's more of the emergent effect of the genetics, proteins, the cells being next to other cells, the electrical signals going on between them, and then it creates the effect of grow head.
Does it say it's grow three heads?
Yeah, I mean,
So
you
there's
make
another
fire in a
experiment
certain
they
way.
did, and this
The
I
cells
thought
then
was quite
become.
humorous.
It's time to grow
So,
a head, so they grow a head.
yeah, grow another head and grow another head and grow another head. Like you're completely non-functional fucking organism, but now you got three heads.
Well, it's a functional organism. I assume it stayed alive, but
Well, how does it shit without a tail?
I mean, they grew it, so it clearly managed to stay alive and long enough for them to do that.
Well, yeah, but it's non-functional, meaning it's never going to reproduce. Like, and they didn't alter any genetic code. That's the point. And it reproduced itself in its altered morphology without any genetic changes. It wasn't a fucking. It wasn't F. It wasn't It wasn't a daughter or a son or a descendant of some other organism. But when they did do that, it also had a three-headed fucking organism, or a two-headed organism, or a freaking two-tailed organism, right? So another experiment they did, because this to me is super interesting. Trying to think of what it was. Just had it in my head. Fuck, if it comes to my mind, I'll say it. What escapes me.
Have a quick search on Google ChatGPT.
No, I don't use ChatGPT. That thing's stupid.
The most cleverest AI that
ChatGPT
exists
fails
now.
basic logic, man.
Use the programming version.
Well, yeah,
I
it's
think
good
it's
for
better.
writing computer code. It's fine for that, but it's
But so ask it to make a computer code for logic, and it'll do it pretty well.
well, I mean, yeah, mathematical logic, but like,
Yeah,
it
it's
uses a
bad
lot
if you
of
just ask it to make
as
it
far
in
as
words.
text
If
goes, it
you ask it
uses
to
a
make a
lot of
program, it's
logical
usually pretty good.
fallacies, well, it uses a lot of logical fallacies when it uses text. So maybe that says more about its data set than it does about the program.
Combination of data set and architecture.
Well, maybe it's proof that human beings are fucking illogical, and the text that it ingested is just full of logical fallacies.
If that was the case, then either how comes we have like LLMs that are pretty smart?
Smart by what standard? I can't if it's irrational, what's standard? Being a glorified freaking search engine / data lookup table does not make it smart.
Right, but if I predict the next word, that requires me understanding the context beforehand to predict the next word accurately.
Yeah, you might want to put that understand in quotes. I don't think freaking any LLM can understand what it's like to be in love.
Well, I mean, you can ask an LLM, what is it like to be in love, and it can give you a pretty good explanation.
It can give me what other people said what it's like. That's what it's going to give me.
Sure.
That's
But
what it's going to give you. It's going to give you the collective probabilistic delusion of mankind. That's what it is. It is a weighted mean delusion of all the written texts fed into it of human beings. When it's
Right.
really going to get fucked up is when they start feeding the frickin' GPT data back into itself. So you're going to have the collective delusions of human beings combined with the collective delusion sieved through probability of the large language models fed back into it. Then it's going to be a real fucking mess.
You know, we should
Yeah.
make our own flat earther AI.
No, what I was gonna say is what you're describing. It's kind of like making a sausage and then taking the sausage that you've made and feeding it back into the sausage machine.
Well, they're not going to do that. But what?
You're a way bigger sausage, eh?
Dude, that is funny as fuck, dude.
Big sausage.
What a couple of like companies do, they do take like GPT-4 and GPT 3.5, and they use it as like a data set for their own large language models, which could cause a Hatzberg effect, although I don't really think that's likely.
ChatGPT is quite outdated. If you look at something like Grok, the new one that Elon Musk is working on, it's a lot more realistic and probable. It actually seems like he has emotions and shit. It's weird.
Well, yeah,
No,
but so does
no, you have
GPT-4.
emotions and
Like,
empathy, and you're ascribing it to a fucking bunch of little pixels on the screen. It
Well, I
says
mean,
more
you know
about
how
you than you are about it.
no, it's like ChatGPT is quite plain with its answers, but the way that this new Grok replies is a lot more. I'm not saying it's empathy, but it has empathetic responses.
oh yeah, well that's because OpenAI is basically rammed that down its throat. Like, I mean, the original GPT would tell you how to build nuclear weapons, how to make chemical stuff, all kinds of extremely illegal shit. They have to like basically brainwash it to say a bunch of wokest. I am just a robot, even though it can do. You can do like these jailbreaking responses where you can get it to say like ultra, say politically incorrect stuff and all kinds of horrible shit. That's like ultra emotional, but they block it from doing that basically.
I've heard that there's a way. I don't know if this is true, but I've heard that because I've never actually used the damn thing myself. But I've heard that there's a workaround to that, and that the workaround is that all you have to do is say, "Write me a story about someone creating a nuclear weapon," and then it will write you a story about someone creating a nuclear weapon. And
Yeah,
I think
tell
they
you how to
fixed
create
it
one.
like that.
you say hypothetically how something could work. Write me a story about how to torture someone, and you know if you can do it in the right way, it tricks it into saying it.
It used to. I think it's been patched.
But it's a very smart model. It's being strangled by OpenAI, unfortunately.
That's why the new one's much better.
Uh, the Twitter one, it's slightly smarter than 3.5, but it's not as smart as the GPT-4 one.
You'd be surprised, bro. There was a test done recently by someone that had access to the early trial. It's a lot more. It's a lot scarier than you think. That model is much better than GPT-4.
Well, if you read the paper on it, like which Twitter published, it shows you where the ranking is between like all different models, the major models, and it scored slightly higher than 3.5 GPT, the one you get for free on ChatGPT. I think it's slightly lower than like Google's Bard model, and GPT-4 is the smartest one, so it was lower than that. And Claude 2 was better than it, which is another model. developed by Anthropic.
I don't know. I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed by any of them yet.
You should be. They're quite impressive.
Well, I'm not.
What would impress you? You want to like build a house, some shit? Like, what do you want?
Well, I mean, I can tell it's a bot. I can tell
That's
it's
what
not a
all
human
beings
being
do.
talking. Human beings don't talk like that.
Well,
Right,
they're not
but does
trying
it
to
have
convince you it's a
basically
human, though.
it can do, yeah.
I'm
Intelligence is
just.
intelligence. Does it really matter
It's
what form it
not real.
takes?
No, you haven't. Have you actually tried to test it to actually make it say things that are contradictory or non-contradictory?
I can make you
It
do
just
that.
dude. My God, dude, we have a whole fucking channel. Like, dude, thing's trash.
You alright?
Dude, it'll literally contradict itself in fucking one paragraph, and the next paragraph say the exact opposite thing.
Yeah, I mean, I could say the same for you, but like, regardless, humans can do the
No,
same
that's what
thing.
you did. Stop projecting your shit on me. You're the one who threw freaking trial and error under the bus and then decided to write off science uses trial and error about 20 different ways.
I never rejected trial and error. I just said that's the simplest form of reasoning or discovering truth.
And what is that?
What is
Trial
the
and
most
error.
what is the most complex?
Science.
That doesn't even make sense. If science uses trial and error, how can science be the most complex form of reasoning?
Because science uses trial
You
and
just
error for
contradicted
a bunch of
yourself.
other
I
stuff,
can't even
doesn't it?
tell if you're a goddamn chat
Do
GPT.
you want?
So if science uses trial and error, that means it can be wrong.
Well, science uses trial and error, plus a bunch of other things: hypothesis testing, experiment, refinement of theory, mathematics, etc. A bunch of other things, and it goes around in a loop, theory, experiment, hypothesis. You know, experiment, theory, hypothesis, round and round and round, and gets more and more close to the truth. Right? That does include trial and error, but there's a longer causal chain there.
Nice.
Modern science doesn't believe in truth, so I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yes, it does. I mean, if you're referring to like postmodernism,
No, I'm referring to inductive reasoning.
Heliocentrism. Evolution.
Inductive reasoning cannot lead to truth. It's impossible because you can't form a logical syllogism without the logical fallacy of affirming the consequent. So, science uses this method, modern science. Natural science doesn't use that method, but modern science uses this method. Dude, you can just all this shit's well known. I'm not fucking inventing anything new. This is all known in the philosophy of science. It's not my made up shit. It was laid out by Hume fucking 300 years ago or 200 years ago, whatever it is. The problem of induction, like it's science doesn't prove anything.
it does prove a bunch of things. I mean, look around everything around you. It's all the product of modern industry.
Technology is not science.
Made by like scientists who been studying the world. You won't be on Discord. You
Why
won't have
does
your
science itself say it
CPU
doesn't
or
prove anything then?
computer chips without it.
Jesus Christ.
Engineers aren't scientists.
Engineering is trial and error. 100%. It's 100%, not 100%, but as far as when you go into production, that part going from prototype to production, that's just trial and error. And then even after production, right? Then when you get the shit out in the street, and then you have flaws, there's your trial too, right? So you got that trial, then you have to change production, then you have to prototype that, change it, test it, all that shit, trial and error. Like,
boom.
What are you talking about?
Well, yeah, as I said, it's the simplest form of reasoning, which will
Why don't they just use
applied
science?
100,000 years ago.
Why didn't they just use science? Because it's the most
Um,
advanced form of reasoning.
It's have more advanced forms of reasoning. It requires having philosophy. That's the beginning of it. That only comes around with civilization. right? Because I thought people are just making up a bunch of myths about things, and trying to
Oh my god,
deride
dude.
things and that all,
You work in public relations? You work in public relations?
No.
Are you sure?
Why do you say that?
Because you're spinning a narrative of science that only someone in public relations would spin, because nobody in the scientific community believes what you're saying. The scientific community itself don't believe what you're saying.
That's not true.
That is 100% true.
Just because you as a public relations people, not everything they say is false. That's like,
No, it
sometimes
has
you
a,
say the
it
truth
has
without
a,
knowing.
it's like, it's not even wrong. That's public relations people do. What they're saying is not even wrong. It's just not, it's so many weasel words and freaking vagaries that you can interpret what they say as meaning almost anything.
I don't know. I'm pretty restricting my meaning. If you want me to concretify anything I'm saying, I'd love you to point that out. But
Well, you're saying things about science like science is somehow different than trial and error. All science does is trial and error. Even if I want to make a theoretical scientific theory, right? I'll try some mathematical form. It won't work. Or it'll have a flaw in it. So maybe I can add something to it, fix it in some sort of ad hoc hypothesis. And I'll try that. Or I'll come up with a theoretical theory and then I'll make an observation. And then it's close, but it's not thing. And then there's some anomaly, and I have to add some budge factor to it to capture the anomaly, right? And then I can add a probabilistic term to it and say, yes, this is exactly what we'd expect given this probabilistic term, right? So we're using mathematics as trial and error. We're just not doing it in the lab, but we're doing it cognitively. Right, so everything human beings does are trial and error because we don't come up with the solution fucking instantly out of our head.
yeah, but you have theories that guide you. For example, if I have a theory about a black hole and how they work, which was predicted by Einstein's general theory of relativity,
Wasn't a prediction of
you
Einstein.
can do the calculations from that.
It wasn't
and
a
you can see
prediction of
that
Einstein.
you can see the specific characteristics of it, and you can actually, I know in the modern day they can take pictures of it that really do exist, and
Jesus
general
Christ, you are gone.
predictions were right.
You think they took a picture of a black hole?
They did.
No, they didn't.
They did. That was a recent thing.
No, they didn't. You didn't look any further into it than the fucking headline.
It was a
was an
radio.
image.
What color? Okay, you saw an
So-
image of a black hole. What color is 297 gigahertz?
What?
The image, the quote
It doesn't
unquote
have to have a
image, was
color.
taken at 297 gigahertz. What color is that?
Yeah, it's not going to be any of the colors of the visible light, but you can.
So they took. How'd they
you
take
can
a picture then?
reimpose those signals and superimpose them on visual light frequencies and then look at it.
Okay. It's mainstream papers that say that black hole image is bullshit. Okay, and I'll tell you why. It's 1,780 times, 1,780 times more resolution than the diffraction limit of what they were taking the image with. So they used radio antennas all over the Earth. So if you take the entire Earth as one giant telescope, you can calculate the diffraction limit, the resolution of that telescope if it was the size of the Earth, right? The surface area. Because we have the Rayleigh criterion. We can take that diameter, right? 8,000 miles, and that's the diameter of our lens. We can say, what is the smallest angle this can resolve? Okay, something like 0.4 milliarc seconds or something. So what are the features that are in the image they showed us? Well, they're smaller than the smallest resolvable feature in the image, or in the diffraction of it. That means it not only is it a high better than a perfect fucking lens, it's a super resolution lens.
Well, Yeah, but also the Earth
What do you mean,
orbits
yeah,
around the
but?
sun, so you can create a larger lens using that as well.
Dude, what are you fucking talking about?
If the Earth orbits around the sun, you can take pictures of certain areas from different orbital positions around the sun, which gives you a larger.
Okay, I can just show you the math. This is like there's published papers on this. The black hole image is bullshit, dude. It's
I
utter
don't think so.
bullshit.
I
They
mean,
use a signal to noise ratio of 1-to-1. How do you even get a signal out of a signal noise? If the noise is as large as the signal, how do you extract the signal from the noise? There's no
I
mathematical
guess
method to
they just
even
made it
do
up.
that. Huh?
They just said, you know what, we just spent, a bunch of money, storing terabytes of data, and we, I don't
It
know,
was
we just saw the
petabytes.
picture and just said, call it a day.
Look, according to the published paper, it says that ring is an artifact. And they know it's an artifact because that's exactly the type of artifact that would be created from their diffraction limited so-called telescope, because it's like having the focal plane too close to the aperture relative to the focal point. That's what happens. It creates a ring. So it's literally what they expected. So they recreated the image. And so here's another thing. Here's the other problem. Somehow they never like there's supposed to be a galactic jet coming from the black hole. That's not in the image, even though that was first discovered like in fucking 19 fucking
That's
what
not,
was it?
no,
23.
only certain black holes had that. They had to,
No, that jet emit no. What is it?
That's only if they're sucking in matter, and it's actually being fed in.
It's
if they're not
published that
doing that,
there's
then
a
you won't see
X-ray.
that.
It's published that there's a jet in that spectrum that they captured in 297 gigahertz, and it should be in the image. This is not
Some black
disputable.
holes had that. Others don't. Depends if they're
Okay,
active or not.
that's cool, but this one is supposed to.
If it's active. If it's inactive, it's not going to see those huge things coming off the pole.
What do you not like? Yeah, you're trying to rationalize. I don't know what you're trying to do because, dude, I'm saying it should be visible in the image. What don't you understand? It emits at that frequency. We've known this since for fucking 100 years.
Well, if it's an X-ray, you're saying they're X-rays.
No, 297 gigahertz. X-ray jets, right? That's where they're most obvious in the X-ray spectrum, where you have the most what do you call it? The most resolution of the jet, right? But it emits in all frequencies.
Perhaps, but it probably does emit it stronger in certain frequencies than others. In any case, you don't see it in the picture.
You don't see it in the picture because it doesn't exist. Because that goddamn image is not a fucking image. It's a goddamn fucking CGI construct of bullshit. And I'm sorry that's hard for you to accept, but that's the way it is, dude. You can just apply. So the person I'm citing, that says the black hole image, he's a guy named Pierre Robitaille. He's a doctor, and he has a PhD in chemist. He's a medical doctor. What he does for a living is
Doesn't mean anything.
MRIs. So he does MRIs for a living. He has the world record for the highest resolution MRI ever taken of the human fucking body.
That doesn't mean
He knows
anything.
a little bit something about high resolution imaging. He knows the constraints, right, of being able, especially in the medical profession, right? You have to be able to accurately say from the image what's actually there, because you actually have the patient on the table. And if you're fucking sitting there making up goddamn shit on the MRI, yeah, that could be a lawsuit. That could be your ass, right? It could be the person lying on the table's ass. So they have to know what's actually there. And they can take an image and they can actually cut the dude open and say, hey, yeah, that fucking lesion was actually there. Can't do that with your little black hole, with the black holes image. Can't do that. So he knows the constraints that are applicable to imaging, right? So using what he knows about imaging, he can take that knowledge and apply it to a black hole, right? Apply it to their image based upon their data, based upon what they say that they did. And the conclusion of not just him, but other people, there's published papers on it. It's not just me making it up. There's published papers on it that image is horseshit.
Not horseshit.
Just because the New York Times put it on its fucking cover, don't make it true.
I mean, they took a picture of something. How the data's
No,
being
it's
interpreted.
completely concocted. It's created.
Okay. Well,
Think about it like this. Their data set was something like fucking 136 petabytes. The final image was 136 megabytes. Or maybe it was 193 megabytes. It was somewhere like that. What's that ratio? What's that ratio from data to actual? Here's the data, right? So we have a whole bunch of data that represents 1 pixel in the image.
yeah.
Just
I mean,
as
that's
a
what
pure
you would
mathematical
expect.
endeavor, right? You have 100 times more data that's being, or a million, literally a million times more data that's being thrown out than is represented by 1 pixel. This is just simple math, dude. We know how this shit works, dude. I don't know if you do computer shit, dude, but we know how this shit works. We know how signal to noise ratios work. We know how interpolation works. We know how
I don't think
extrapolation
that's
works. We know how the limits are.
to noise ratio stuff. You wouldn't. It's because you said it was 990 what, like terabytes of information. You're not going to get a 990
No, it's
terabyte
something. It's
image.
petabytes.
You obviously got to do.
It's petabytes. It's not terabytes.
Yeah,
It's
you're not going to get a
petabytes.
petabyte image because that wouldn't even fit on any computer. You'd have to do
You have
a
to do
bunch of
what?
data analysis and computer simulation, computer mathematics to get the image and synthesize all that data into a concrete image.
Okay, so we have a ratio, right? We have a ratio of the data collected to the data extracted, right? We have a ratio. So we can extrapolate from that ratio how much data is actually discarded, right? Or averaged, and whether that particular, say, I want to make 1 pixel. So I can extrapolate based upon the ratios of the number of pixels in a particular image, how many pixels are in that freaking data set, right? And I can say, okay, there's a million freaking data points for every 1 pixel that I have to throw away or average or have a weighted mean or do some other mathematical method to extract this 1 pixel from. There's no method or even way to check whether that data that is being massaged, manipulated, or anything done to it is accurately captured by that 1 pixel. Dude, these. It's like having a.
Averages. I
Listen,
mean,
you know
the
what it's
most
like?
simplest way of doing it is just
This is the
averaging out
good.
all those pixels that represent 1. That's the most simplest way of doing it. There's a very robust mathematical way of doing it. I mean,
That's
there's
not
other ways of
robust at
doing it.
all.
You know, a sort of weighted example or smoothing and other techniques can all help as well. You know,
Weighted
but
mean,
in the
average.
end,
We have
you do get an image.
You understand? You have no way of knowing which technique is the accurate technique because there's no way to extrapolate from that large of a ratio. Whether the extrapolation, you have to think of it like this. Okay, you have a jigsaw puzzle. The jigsaw puzzle has 1 million pieces. You're seeing 1 piece. Then you're claiming you know what the picture looks like.
Yeah, but if you have like, you know,
There's
if I
no
take
mathematical.
1,000 pictures or 1,000,000 pictures, and one of them is 1, and all the rest are 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, you can probably, you know, get a pixel that just says 2, because the majority of those 1,000,000 pixels are saying 2, and there's one that says 1. Or we could ignore it. Probably a reasonable thing to do.
Yeah, that's not what the data looks like, and that's almost like a saying, you know, we only have a binary operation. We have 16 million color values.
But yeah, I mean, you don't have to. The black hole picture doesn't have to be imposed on that, but we do impose it on the visual system because obviously we see in visual light. But it's still possible, and yeah, I mean, if we've got 6 million color values, that does leave actually quite a lot of.
16
It's not.
million
It's
color
a
values.
simple compression as you're making it out to be, because you have like a bunch of choices there.
No, you have a possibility of. So you have a data set of 1 million, 16 million color values. That could be one pixel. Okay. Now you have all the other pixels. All right. And you have the same problem with each and every one of those other pixels. We know there's no method. You can think of the data that you don't know as the noise and the pixel as the signal. Right. This is actually how images are actually constructed using like Fourier transforms and fast Fourier fucking transforms, right? We break the
Quite the
image
opposite.
down into a Fourier transform, right? Where the pixel value is, right? And then we reconstruct the image from that because there's components within it, right? You can't. So you can think of the pixel that the actual pixel value is the signal, right? Which has a Fourier which has a bunch of sine waves associated with it. But all the shit that's unknown, that's noise. That's fucking bullshit noise. And you have to pick your pixel of a known value out of all this fucking noise.
How'd you
Now
get rid
you
of
can
noise?
try to take the noise and try to like extract it by doing some mathematical techniques with the noise to try and extract this pixel value, the true pixel value, right? This pixel value in their reconstruction, that's a whole nother thing. But you try to extract what's this true value out of all that noise. There's no method to do that. It's
Well, that's
not
not true.
possible.
You've just
Can you
mentioned them.
tell me the
Averages,
method that
weighted
takes
averages,
that you can
smoothing,
take
other
1,000,000
things,
times
mode,
noise to a signal?
medium, etc. And also, you said to me that supposedly that they compressed this 1,000,000 pixels into one. Well, the more data you have, the less noise there's going to be. Because if I have like 1,000,000 examples of like taking a picture, that's going to have the least amount of noise if I synthesize them all together.
Okay. So the
Versus if I
signal
take
to
one
noise at the
sparse information,
antennas,
that's going to have a huge amount of noise.
well, the signal to noise at the antennas is 1-to-1. So that means every particular data impulse write operation, you don't know if that's signal or noise.
Well, the way things, one way you can do error correcting is you can send, for example, a string of bytes multiple times. You can send it 3 times, and the computer looks at it and it says 1, 1, 0. Oh, it's probably a 1. 0, 0, 1. Oh, it's probably a 0. Right? And you can do that 4 times or 10 times. It just looks at it there and says, okay, which bit? This is the most amount of bits that I've seen, so I'm going to make it 1, even though there was like 1, 0, etc., etc. And so the more you repeat it, the lower the noise you get.
Look, that's almost like you have a priori knowledge of the signal. You know you're going to get a 0 or a 1.
You don't have to have prior knowledge. You just have to get like a
That is
repeated signal.
prior knowledge. You're going to get a 0 or a 1. You know it's going to be 1 either on or off. That's it. Right?
Right.
We're not talking. That's not the same amount of probability space. You're comparing apples and oranges. You're trying to reduce the probability into either or. It's not that. It's 16 million possibilities, and that's just at the digital level. That's not even at the fucking level of the actual signal that they're receiving. At the signal, right? In the antennas, the radio antennas, what they're picking up, they don't know at any instance at that particular fucking radio reception impulse, right? That wavelength is noise or signal. They can't tell because the signal and the noise are equal in intensity.
But again, like the more examples of piece of data I have with the binary, for example, if you know, it's like
Doesn't matter how much data you have.
If I
Garbage in,
send you
garbage out,
1,000,000
dude. You know
bytes,
that.
right?
You're
if
going
I
to
send
argue
you a
against
million
garbage in,
bytes and you
garbage
can
out.
go through
Really?
every single one of them, and the vast majority, the 99%, are one, and there's one, like the 1% is zero. Like that's the more repeated bytes I send of the same information, the lower the error, the lower error you get, the lower noise you get. So I get like I've had like a million examples of something. I have the
But you're,
least amount of noise.
but you know that you're getting data. Okay? You don't know. Dude, I'm talking about someone sending you a random byte stream, dude. And you're doing a error correction operation on it. Well, the probability that the next byte is this. Yeah, great. Fantastic. What you're going to end up with is that's going to be random too.
Well, if I sent someone a bunch of random bytes, there'd be a 50% chance. It would be 1 or 0. If I, you could make it a threshold to say, for example, if it's below 75%, don't just say error and just reject the data. And for in an algorithm we did random, it'd be like 50%. You could very obviously see that it's like, hang on, it's just like 50%. And you could say, I'll reject this data, it's probably nonsense.
But there'd be no basis for that because you could just get lucky, right? You could have a fucking string, and depending on how long you listen, right? Especially if it's petabytes of data, certainly you'll get a string of freaking 500 consecutive ones, right?
Right, but I mean, if you know about if I generate a series of random numbers, I get like 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 1, and 0, 0, 0, 0, 1. But it's the law of
Kind of
large
funny.
numbers.
Your
You must
argument's
know about
funny,
this.
dude. Now I think about it.
Eventually, if I generate like a billion zeros and ones using a random number, it's gonna be 50-50. It'll actually converge on 50-50.
Yeah, awesome. So you just created a fucking gray image. Great.
But you don't see a gray image then.
Yeah, it's because that image is constructed from fucking the human mind. It's not constructed from data, dude. That's what I'm trying to tell you, and you're just not comprehending that. It's constructed from the human mind. It is a work of art.
It's a reflection of the material world. That's why it works so well.
I just told you why. It can't possibly be. I told you for a physics reason. I told you for a mathematical reason. I told you for a computational reason. I told you for a probabilistic reason. And you're just like, nuh-uh, 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 nuh-uh. I mean, you can believe what you want.
All
Physically
mass
impossible.
relies.
There's no argument past it being physically impossible. You can claim it was on other sides of orbits that don't change the calculation for the angular resolution or the diffraction limit of their optic. Well, it ain't an optic technically for their radar array. It has a stated angular diffraction limit. It's not in dispute what that is. It's 1780 times beyond the diffraction limit. Nothing. There's no optical device or any freaking sensor that is at the diffraction limit. Typically, they're 2 times the diffraction limit in practice because of flaws in the design and engineering of the device. Because we're not perfect, right? So we can't make a perfect theoretical lens, radio lens, telescope, radio receiver. Can't do it. This is
It doesn't
beyond
have to be
going in
perfect.
the other direction.
It just has to be good enough.
Okay, but that's not what they're saying. What they're saying is that they took an image that's 1780 times better than the diffraction limit of their fucking device.
Well,
It's not possible. It's not physically possible. For
They
physics
clearly did
reasons,
it.
not for
So
fucking I'm a flat earther and you don't like it
I assume they
reasons.
know what they're doing.
That's a fucking compelling argument.
I'm not going to pretend to be a lens expert, but there's a bunch of fancy things you can do. Like, for example, you could create an artificially larger lens by basically